the Glocal. And we have a very, very interesting set of lectures lined up for today. Thank you so much for joining us a little early. We did make some pressing demands upon your time schedule, but we are glad that there are a lot of people with us. And I would, for this special lecture by Dr. Harish Narang, I would request, a welcome address from our principal, Dr. Mohammad Riaz. Please, Riaz, sir.
Thank you, Vasu. A very good morning to everyone. Honorable Resource Person, Professor Harish Narang, Dr. S.M. Yahya Ibrahim, all faculty members, academicians, and dear participants. It is a pleasure to welcome amidst us today a very esteemed academician, Professor Harish Narang, ex-chairman, Department of English, Jawaharlal Nehru University, in 3 days international web conference, translation and the global test, identity, politics, and cultural survival. As a scholar of international repute, Professor Narang is a well-known name in the field of translator and short story writer all over the nation. We are immensely grateful to him for agreeing to share their knowledge with our participants. Today's interaction with Professor Harish Narang is the second day of a special lecture in the series and we are all eagerly looking forward to a wonderful lecture. I congratulate Dr. S.M. Yahya Ibrahim and his team for his efforts to organize this 3-day international web conference and wish the department a wonderful event today. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And without much delay, I would just give a formal introduction for Professor Harish Narang. Now, of course, he is someone who needs no introduction. And he has also, we have had the privilege of welcoming him on several other occasions to our department. But here it is for people who may be listening to him for the first time. Professor Harish Narang, a UGC Emeritus Fellow, is a former professor and chairperson, Center for English Studies, JNU, where he taught courses on African literature, literary translation, women's writing, Dalit writing, and Canadian literature of the South Asian diaspora. He has guided and carried out research in all these areas and has published over 20 books, many of them translations of renowned writers from across the globe. He also writes stories, both in Hindi and in English. Some of his well-known translations are Manto, My Love, Katil Ka Geet, Janta Ka Admi, Fauji Ladkiyan Tatha Anya Kahaniyan, Is Sadi Ki Prem Kahani, Achraj Grah Ki Dant Katha, and Azadi Ka Indrajal. He is an argumentative Indian and loves both gardening and photography. He lives in Gurgaon and he is here with us today. So thank you, Professor Narang, for taking out time from your busy schedule to join us. We look forward to your session. Over to you. You have to unmute yourself, Harish, sir. Yes.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vasu, for very kind words, and thank you, Principal Sir, for your kind words. I want to begin by thanking the college, the principal, and my friend Yahya Ibrahim, all of you, his colleagues, for giving me this opportunity. I want to tell you this, that perhaps I missed out on the initial advertisement for this webinar, and it's only later after the program had been finalized that I discovered this, and the galaxy of people participating in it. Uday was there, Anis Bhai is there, and many others. So I requested to be kind of allowed to gate crash, which Yahya Ibrahim very kindly did. So I am doubly grateful. Let me begin with what I want to say. Friends, as the latter part of my title suggests, you know the title is Translating Icebergs. Why do I translate and how do I translate? As the latter part of my title suggests, it's going to be a personal statement. A personal statement by someone who has been at the job of translating for 50 years. I'm not very sure, maybe a couple of years more. So what I'm going to do in this presentation is tell stories, a lot of stories. Stories relating to what all I had to do while translating, my strengths, my weaknesses, the various kinds of strategies that I employed. I remember my first translation was, I think, way back in 1966, when I translated a story by Hemingway for a colleague of mine who was editing a journal. Well, those were the days when I was full of Hemingway, mid-60s, and his fiction I admired, particularly shorter fiction. I still do. And therefore, that translation at the suggestion of my friend. I must tell you that that was my first attempt at translating. Before that, I had only read translations. As a student of literature, I had read some as part of my syllabus and courses. I had read some on my own because they were being talked about, those books, and they were in languages that I did not know. So what I can say is I have been translating since then. But for the few years, I would say almost 2 decades, it was sporadic, it was not consistent, it was here and there, as they say. But I must say around the 80s, early 80s, I came to JNU in 75. And in the early 80s, when started teaching courses on African literature, Canadian writings, etc., I had read a lot of fiction from very renowned writers from across the globe. And after having read them, after having enjoyed them, I had a very strong urge to share this with my Hindi readers, because that was the language that I chose. For instance, I can recall some names whose fiction I have, shorter or longer, I have translated and published. From Africans, it is Achebe, Bugiwati Ongo, Nadine Godimer, Alex Laguma, Bessie Head, Flora Nwapa, Buchi Emancheta, and Ekwensi, and many more. As I said, one reason for this was I had been exposed to their writings as a part of my teaching. The second reason, and that was important for me, was that when I read them, particularly the African writers, and I've done substantive work of translation from African writers, from shorter fiction to full novels. I discovered that culturally, we were very close to what these people were writing. The cultural experience that they registered in their writings was very similar to our own culture. The reason was not just because many of them were colonies like us, had been colonized by the Europeans, particularly those by the British in East Africa and South and Southern Africa, but even during the pre-colonial cultural existence, these countries, people from these regions appeared to be very, very similar to what we were. So my first collection was a very small, thin collection of stories by various writers called Pasand Apni Apni. It was a very thin volume published by PPH and at a very affordable price. The result was that a lot of people read it, and the response that I got was overwhelming. And that was one reason why I have gone on regularly since then to translate literature, including literature from various regions and nations of Africa. I must say here, the response was not because of the quality of my translation. I was learning my ropes then. It was more because of the novelty of the subject. Indians for the first time were learning. Indians, by Indians I mean my Hindi readers, were for the first time discovering various African cultures Sorry? Anything there? May I go on, please?
No, sir. Yes, yes, please. It was a disturbance from the audience. It's all
No,
right.
that's all right. I'm sorry. So I started translating. But as I said, I was learning my ropes. So I was translating not only literature, but many other things. I must confess here and tell you, I translated a biography of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, whom I admire so much, written in English by a friend of mine. But more weirdly, shall I say, I translated into Hindi a book of economic theory for NCRT written by a friend of mine. So, but gradually I settled down and decided that I shouldn't be, trying to put my hands into every kind of pie, and settle down to do only literary translation. As I said, it was not just the Africans. So Africans were a major source of inspiration or motivation for me to translate, but there were other writers too. For instance, M.G. Vasanji, a writer from Finland, one of the very powerful writers, woman writers, Merta Tikkanen, and from Hindi, our own Suryakant Tripathi Nirala. And then among my latest has been Manto. I translate from both English into Hindi and Hindi into English. There are others whom I have translated, but they are sporadic. There are a couple of stories that I did from a German writer whose stories after war stories I admired, and at that point of time I knew German. I've almost forgotten. Well, a high point of my translation was reached when, after having published 2 books of Achebe into Hindi, one was a collection of stories called Fauji Ladkiyan Tatha Anya Kahaniyan, a translation of Girls at War, and the other was a full novel called A Man of the People, both translated for Sahitya Akademi. The novel was called Janata Ka Aadmi. It is after the publication of this that, fortunately, in 1990, which was the year of celebration of 60th birthday of Achebe, I was invited to University of Enugu in eastern Nigeria to be a part of those celebrations, where writers, translators, scholars of Achebe from all over the world, almost 800 came. And in the open inaugural session, they recognized me as his translator in India, perhaps in Asia. That was a high point. And 2 of my translations, I must say, have been very dear to me. One of them being the latest, as I said, Manto My Love. The title itself says how much I admire him. And the other was a novel by Vasanji called The Assassin's Song, which I translated together with a friend of mine for, I think, Penguin Yatra. It was called Katil Ka Geet. So these are kind of things that I have been doing. And let me now come to, why do I translate? That to me is very important. The simplest statement that I can make is, I translate because I like a text. I enjoy its content and enjoy its message and want to share it with my Hindi speakers. But then you'd say, big deal, Professor Narang. That's what practically everybody does. I'm sorry, no. I've read so many translations. I know a whole galaxy of translators who would translate anything and everything that is offered to them. They like it or not, doesn't matter. They've been asked to translate, so they translate. The motivations can be various, including financial. Well, that's what but then when I say that I like a book and want to translate it, this liking of mine is not as arbitrary, is not as subjective as it appears to be. Behind that are sound reasons. I would like to explicate a couple of them. First thing is, when I read a book and when I like it, the reason behind it may be, in fact, it is, if you allow me to say that, it is the worldview presented with the writer in that book. Call it ideology, but many people are very, anathematic to the word ideology. So the worldview, or call it, if you want to call it with a simpler word, the message contained therein. Unless I like the worldview, the ideology, the message of a book, I don't feel motivated to translate. I also want to join issues here with those people who think that ideology should not be there in a piece of literature, or in fact, there is no ideology in some books. That is nonsense. That is bogus statement. Everybody has a worldview. Everybody has an ideology. We are born with an ideology, which doesn't mean political parties or something. Ideology is your worldview towards the distribution of power in society. That's what ideology is. And that's what everybody is concerned with. So when I like a book, which means when I like the message or the worldview, I feel motivated to share it with my Hindi readers, because they may not have access to it because of the reasons. But what I want to say is, there is a corollary of this. And the corollary is the following. I would never translate a book which I don't like. Which means what? I won't translate a book with whose message I don't agree. I would never translate an anti-women book. I would never translate a book whose message is anti-minorities, anti-Dalit, and so on. I'm very clear about it. Well, there may be in a collection of stories, a story or two where the message would be, not to my liking, but there also I would try to, through my translation, try and show my difference of opinion, but that is very limited, as you know. Since I'm at it, let me say there have been a couple of exceptions to books that I translate because of liking. There is a collection of short stories published by Sahitya Akademi, Indian short stories in English, edited by Shiv K. Kumar. My friend in Sahitya Akademi persuaded me to translate it almost at a gunpoint, in the sense that they had given it to somebody who cried off, and the project was about to lapse. When he said, Narang Saab, please kar dijiye. I just glanced through the book and saw there were writers like Ruskin Bond and some important writers, Jayant Mahapatra, and so on. So I said yes, without having fully read the book. And that was against my principles, but I said it. I must say the translation was finished. It was published, not badly received, but there were some parts of it which still, make my heart cringe. Anyways, one of those stories, for instance, I will have a time to talk about that a little later, was called The Bottom Pincher by Khushwant Singh. Maybe some of you are familiar with this. The title itself made me very uncomfortable, but I will talk about that. Therefore, I would say for me, the sine qua non of agreeing to translate a book or deciding to translate a book is that I have to like it. Now, before I move to the second part, namely the how part, how do I translate? I want to make certain personal statements about the limitations that I have very consciously put upon myself. And as I said, once again, I try and stick to them as far as possible. And for instance, when I say I like a book and want to translate it. The urgency to translate is directly in proportion to the strength of the message. If the message is so strong, I want to translate it, then sit down and start writing. If the message is to my liking, but not that strong, I may take my own time. I can give you a story about the urgency. I'm only telling you stories. In 1990, I went to Helsinki to participate in a seminar on literature and peace. My host, when I was leaving, gave me a gift, a book. She knew my interest in women's writings. She knew my interest in literature with a message. So she gave me a book by a Finnish writer who writes in Swedish. Since I didn't know, she gave me the English translation. This book was called Love Story of the Century. Well, I got it. I brought it home and I started reading. When I read it, and I read it in one go, 132 pages, so gripping was it, that I wanted to translate it for my Hindi readers yesterday. That is the day before I had read the book, I wanted to translate. Such strong was the message. In fact, elsewhere I have said, I wanted to translate it before I died, and I could die the next moment. So strong was the urge. But then what happened? For more than 5 years, almost for 4.5 years, I was fighting with her to give me permission. She wanted $800 US dollars in 1990, imagine. I had no money. I couldn't pay her. I wouldn't get even a fraction of that by way of my honorarium. She said she never gave anybody a permission to translate for me. Well, it's a long story I've written about somewhere else. After 4.5 years, she relented. She let me translate it. It took me another 2 years to translate, and the book is published by Sahitya Akademi. It's called Is Sadi Ki Prem Kahani. I may have to talk about it a little. Well, as I said, and that translation turned out to be a very challenging task. Challenging task because it violated a couple of my own self-imposed restrictions. For instance, I like to translate primarily fiction. I have not what people call poetic sensibility, perhaps. So I like to translate fiction. The other self-imposed restriction that I have on myself is I like to translate from the original and not via a translation. In this case, I had to make compromises in both of these only because of the message. Number one, the book I was going to translate from was already an English translation, since I didn't know Finnish, but I wanted to translate. The other was when I read the book, I discovered that those 132 pages were all a long poem, written in free verse, but long poem. You could in fact call it a novel in verse, if you please. But so strong was the message that I accepted the challenge and translated it. I can only say in all humility, when the translation was published, and when some of my women readers read it, a few of them made a very, very, very overwhelming remark for me. They said if my name were not on the cover, they would have thought that it had been translated by a woman. My day was made. Well, another imposition that I have put on myself is that my preferred direction of translation is from English to Hindi, from the other tongue to the mother tongue. Hindi is not my mother tongue. My mother tongue is Punjabi, but Hindi is as good as my first language, my mother tongue, so I translate it. As I said, as far as possible, I have tried to adhere to these self-imposed restrictions. Call them my strength or call them my weakness, whatever you like. but there have been some exceptions. I have done translations from English, from Hindi to English. Suryakant Tripathi Nirala, for instance, is a major Hindi poet, but very few people know that he was an equally powerful prose writer. He has a short novella called Billesur Bakariha. I translated that for Sahitya Akademi in English, called Billesur Bakariha. While I am at it, I must tell you this, that was a very big challenge for me to translate. It is written in Hindi, but only nominally. Most of the book is written in a dialect of Hindi called Banswadi. As Banswadi is such a small dialect of Hindi spoken between Fatehpur and Allahabad, had a lot of problems. And I did take help of some Banswadi speakers for the translation. So my preferred direction has been that, but I've done others. As you know, I've translated Manto into English, which again goes against it. I've also translated some poems here and there, although, as I said, I'm not good at it. I translated some poems by Rakshat Puri, from English to Hindi, mainly around the theme of Khajuraho, because somebody was doing a book on Khajuraho and so on. So I must say, by and large, I have stuck to these self-imposed restrictions. As I said, these restrictions are self-imposed because perhaps through translation, through teaching, through research, I have realized my strengths and weaknesses. As I said, maybe I don't have poetic sensibility, so I don't go into that at all. And also within fiction, I have preferred to do shorter fiction. I've done more stories than more novels, although I've done novels. I've done a novel by Vasanji called The Assassin's Song. I've done many of them, please believe me, story or novel or a poem, they don't read it even once in advance. They are reading while they are translating, and that is their first reading. I try to read as much around a text that I have to translate as possible. I'll have other reasons to give for that. I try and read a lot of biographical material or autobiographical material around that, because that to me is important. Remember, I will make that statement later, that it is also because of the cultural input that goes into a literary discourse. So friends, this is how I try and prepare myself before I actually take pen to put it on paper and begin my translation. I may not begin like Manto, writing 786 on the top, but whatever knowledge, deity, or whatever I do believe in, nature, I do invoke it to help me. Now, let me now come to the how part. How do I translate? I believe a translator is a creative person. Translation is a creative activity. Big deal, you will say. Again, even UNESCO recognizes translation as a creative activity. It is a big deal, my friends, because a translator is a creative person. Translation is a creative act only in a very, very limited sense. Very limited sense. Let me try and show you what I consider sins in the name of creativity by translators. Some of them are top names. I was introduced as an argumentative Indian, and I'm an argumentative translator. I've joined issues for 40 years, both on theory and in practice, with big names. I've been an iconoclast. I will name some of them. What they do in the name of creativity or creative translation or transcreation. Transcreation is a reality. Creative translation is a reality, but it's not a license. Let me give you 2-3 examples to show how criminal translators are. There was a well-known translator from Kannada, Sri Kantayya. He translated a poem from Baudelaire from French into Kannada. In his Kannada translation, he added a full stanza of his own, which never occurred in the original. Now, this is what I call murder, because the Kannada readers would never know. They would always believe this is what Baudelaire wrote. This is terrible. Let me give you another couple of other examples. There is a novelist in Punjab called Gurdial Singh, very powerful novelist. He has a very powerful novel called Ad Chandni Raat, Night of the Half Moon, translated by some people. And in a seminar, one of the fellows who had translated it made a very interesting statement. He says, while I was translating, I discovered there was so much of crap that Gurdial Singh had written here and there, altu faltu, no need. So I cut all that out. And he said, I wrote to Gurdial Singh, I've translated your novel and I have removed all the crap that you've written. What cheek, my friends. This is murder. If you feel so strongly, write your own novel where you don't commit these sins. Write your own poem where there are no faults. I've had a running battle with late Ayappa Panikar and his Sancho Panza, the former secretary of Sahitya Akademi, Sachidanandan, so called by his own definition, an international poet, who in the name of creativity or creative translation have advocated all kinds of licenses to translation. I don't believe. There are certain things that translators have to take liberty with, that if they are themselves creative writers, they show that creativity in their translation also. But it's not a license. So I begin with a proposition, friend, that when I have a text before me, I will translate every single word of it. Why? Because as a writer, I know, and some of you know, when a writer is writing something, for every word, every phrase, every situation, the writer has multiple choices. ऐसे लिख देंगे, वैसे लिख दें, यूं कहें या वो कहें. And when the writer exercises that choice, choosing something out of 20, what right I have, what business I have to take that out? No, it isn't. Friends, to me, a translator is never a bridegroom or a bride. To me, a translator at best is the best man or the bridesmaid. To me, the writer is always sitting on my left shoulder, like Chinua Achebe's Chin Things Fall Apart, who is all the time saying, Mr. Narang, this is not what I said, this is not what I'm saying, why are you bringing it in? That is what I say, friends, that I begin by a proposition that I translate every word, and only those words that are there. But I want to make a distinction. This is not word for word translation. Don't mistake it for that. Word for word translation is when somebody says, sadak sadak chale jao, road road go. When somebody says, mera sir chakkar kha raha hai, you say my head is eating circles. That is word for word translation. My translation is translating every word, not word for word. They are two different things. Number two, I am also aware of the fact that there will be times when I will not be able to do certain words. I'll have to omit them or change them or sometimes add certain words. But friends, I will start from a zero deviation, and therefore when I deviate, my deviation will be well reasoned out within me. Kyun kar raha hu main? Why am I omitting this word? Why am I changing it? Why am I adding a whole explanatory paraphrase for this? I'll give you some very interesting examples on this. But let me say this, that something which people don't pay attention to at all is very important for me. And that is the sounds of the words used in a discourse. You say sounds, Professor Nara? What has that to do with writing? Friends, remember, phonological representation of a text through its graphemes, that is the lexical letters, is the first step for a translator. Phonological. Let me give you a very interesting example. I was translating a story by Ruskin Bond called The Eyes Are Not There, very sensitive story. And in that story, a railway station is mentioned, which was written as R-O-H-A-N-A. Now, I had to write it in Hindi. I had so many choices before me. I could write it as Rohana, Rohana, or Rohana. How do I decide? And it's a name. Believe me, I read the story again, discovered the location was Western UP next to Haryana, and therefore I looked at the place names around that. Gohana, Tohana, and Haryana. So I decided for the retroflex. For some people, it may not have mattered. For me, it did. Well, that's where I begin. But I get stuck sometimes when I've just begun. I was translating a story by Achebe. It's called Uncle Ben's Choice. I got stuck at the first word uncle. Uncle क्या है जी हिंदी में? चाचा है, मामा है, फूफा है, मौसा है, or just any elderly person, uncle, or even an older stranger, uncle ji time क्या हुआ है? Now how do I put that in Hindi in that story? What would I read the story 10 times, and discovered something interesting. The word uncle doesn't occur in the story at all. So kya likhu? Chacha, poopa, mama, kya likhu? The closest was a word called papa, where the protagonist's wife, the youngest wife, it's a polygamous society, addresses her husband as papa. So finally I settled for the word uncle itself, because uncle by now is accepted in almost a local word in most Indian languages. I want to give you a more shocking example. How even single words, create huge pitfalls. I was translating part of Om Prakash Valmiki ji's famous autobiography called Juthan. Some parts of it for a paper at Indian Institute of Drama Studies, Shimla, where I had to translate some quotes. Now, Juthan. The most obvious answer, if you ask anybody what is Juthan, is leftover food. What they mean is leftover food left in a plate after the person eating has finished. Whatever is left is called jutan. I will seek your indulgence for the next 4 minutes to explain what jutan is. And it took me to really my childhood. When I was translating, I recalled everything of my childhood around the age of 10. We lived in a government allotted apartment in Sarojini Nagar in Delhi, where every morning a Safai Karamchari woman came to clean our toilet. And she did this with many houses in and around. These were flush toilets, mind you. And yet she came, she, just did a little brooming and some pocha and something. And she did it with 10, 12, 15 houses. After she was done, what she would do is she would wash her hands, go around the same houses again, and this time asking for jutan. Bibi jutan de de. And what would my mother do? I recalled this while translating. My mother would go to the kitchen, take out a couple of chapatis, uneaten, fresh, but from the previous night's dinner, which had been extra, and give her a little pickle or give her a little vegetables left from the previous. That was jutan. It had never been left in any plate by my father, me and my siblings. Jutan, freshly cooked. Not only that, sometimes we were 4 siblings, we would eat up everything in the previous dinner, leave nothing. And in the morning, my mother, while preparing the breakfast, would say, "Wo jutan mangne aayegi, let me cook a couple of chapatis." Freshly cooked chapatis were jutan, friends. Yes. And not only that, something more. She would extend her chunni or whatever was she wearing around her neck, and my mother would put those chapatis and something else in that, and in return, she would bless her. She would say, "Tere bachche jiye, may your children live long, tera sohag jiye, may your husband live long," etc., etc. That was a compulsive part of the ritual, please, of jutan. Jutan had to be accepted gratefully. Now tell me, how do you translate the word jutan? And this is the sense in which Valmiki ji uses it repeatedly in his autobiography. So I had to use the word jutan. In fact, my friend Arun Prabha Mukherjee from Canada, who translated it into English for Columbia University, uses the same term for the concept. So I translated jutan as jutan, gave a big footnote. I don't like to give footnotes, but I gave a big footnote. That is what jutan is. So some words, culturally dense words, can really create problems. Sometimes, this is funny, but sometimes the communities themselves use words in a sense where they mean just the opposite. Give you an example. Krishna Sopti has a very famous novel, very powerful feminist statement, perhaps the first one in Hindi, called Mitro Marjani. I've seen a translation of that. Krishna Sopti was very kind to me, very affectionate. But I said, your translator has slipped on the title itself. Marjani in Punjabi, colloquial Punjabi, dialectal Punjabi, would literally mean may you die. But its actual use is just the opposite. Marjani is a blessing word for young girls in Punjab, meaning may you live long. May you live long. Now, anyone translating and not knowing the colloquial import of the word would slip. Let me give you another example. When it is a whole sentence and means just very different. In Shatranj Ke Khiladi, Begum, the wife of Mirza, who is addicted to chess, and she doesn't like it one bit, sends her maidservant, she has a headache, or is pretending to, she sends the maidservant to her husband with a message, and the message says, "Jakar keh, abhi chaliye, नहीं तो आप ही हकीम के यहाँ चली जाएंगी. And two major translators, Prakash Gupta, Professor of English at Allahabad University, Gurdial Mallik, Professor of English at Shantiniketan University, never understood the tons in that, the satire, the threat in that. In traditional in traditional Muslim society, a woman saying that she will go all out alone on her own, and particularly to Hakim, impossible. That's what she was saying, and Mirza rushes home, immediately and so on. But the translators never got it. They never got it. Another area where I have faced a lot of problems is the area of sayings and idiomatic expressions. I'll give you two very interesting examples from African literature. I was translating Chinua Achebe. In one of his discourses, Achebe is a speaker of Igbo, and Igbo is known for its sayings. There are people who converse only in sayings and proverbs. So a proverb occurs there, saying occurs there. And that saying goes like this, I'm quoting. Eneka Bird says, since men have learned to shoot without missing, I have learned to fly without perching. Big quote. Eneka is a small bird. Eneka Bird says, since men have learned to shoot without missing, I have learned to fly without perching. बैठेंगे ही नहीं, मारोगे कहाँ से? उड़ते रहेंगे. Now I had to translate that into Hindi. And as they say in bad English, I thinked and thinked and thinked, and finally found something which fitted like a glove. Tu dal dal, main paat paat. Because what it actually meant was to anticipate something and take preventive measures. That's what it meant. It fitted like a glove. But sometimes it cannot. In another story by Achebe, this is the same story. Uncle Ben's Choice, whose first person narration is a male chauvinist pig who thinks no end of himself, that he is the most handsome man and women are dying to befriend him, etc. At one point of time, he says, what's the difference between one woman and another woman? The same 10 pence and 10 pence. This is the biggest insult to them. 10 pence is a coin with no value. That's what he's trying to say. Women have no value, no significance. Now I had to translate it. I couldn't find anything like in the previous case where I could find a proverb. So I had to coin mine. And I did. I said, क्या फर्क है एक औरत में और दूसरी औरत में? ये भी चवन्नी, वो भी चवन्नी. I had to coin that MCP expression. This is not my view. But you would say, why Chavanni Naran Saab? Very interesting story. When I was translating this, Government of India had appointed a committee. Chavanni is actually 1/4 of a rupee, 25 paisa bit. But earlier, when there was a rupee and 16 annas, Chavanni was 1/4 of a rupee. So when I was translating this, Government of India, through Reserve Bank, had appointed a committee to declare 25 paisa bit or chavanni as a non-legal tender, which means government would say it has no value for us. Anyone who offers a chavanni, we don't guarantee to give him anything. And my then Vice Chancellor, Professor Alag, was heading that committee. So it was in the air, and I thought that was the best thing, and I was still in the metaphor of coins. So ye bhi chavanni, wo bhi chavanni. Well, you have to improvise. I contributed that little phrase or proverb to the Hindi language. When I am at it for contributing, I must tell you this story where I believe I made a major contribution to the Hindi language. I was translating this story by Khushwant Singh called Bottom Pinchers. As the title, it's the Bottom Pincher, sorry. As the title itself says, there is something wrong with that. But that is what Khushwant Singh always wrote, So I was translating it as a part of a package deal. दहेज में मिला था उस शिव के कुमार की anthology में, the English stories in English. And what do? Khushwant Singh could get away writing in English using a colloquial word, bottom. But if I translate it in Hindi, the Hindi equivalent, it is not that I don't know, would sound obscene. It would appear that as if I'm trying to tickle the baser instincts, and that too in the title, right in the beginning, bottom picture. Not that, as I said, I don't know what is the Hindi equivalent of bottom or pinching or the act of bottom pinching. What do? I didn't want to do it. My translation, the story was done, but that slot remained. I thought, I worked hard, I looked at it, I read the story 3 times, and in the 3rd attempt, I got a cue from the story. Somewhere in the story, a character, the protagonist, says that he liked to interfere with the behind of a girl or a woman when he saw one in front. That gave me a clue. Interfere with hand. There I was. I translated it as hastakshep. Interfere with hand in Hindi. Hastakshep. But my problems were not ended there. Because in Hindi now, these days, current Hindi, hastakshep is not used literally. It is used metaphorically to meddle in somebody's affairs. To poke your nose in somebody's affairs is what hastakshep is. आप हमारे मामले में दखल अंदाजी ना करें. In Hindi it would be आप हमारे मामले में हस्तक्षेप ना करें. Don't meddle in. But then the linguist in me told me that any metaphorical use comes after a very long time of the literal use of the word or expression. So I started looking for the time when hastakshep was used literally, interfere with hand. Believe me, 5 dictionaries, including an etymological dictionary, and I discovered it was somewhere in 18th century that for the last time the word hastakshep registered in a book, in a dictionary, was used literally. So I titled my story as Hastakshep, saved myself the embarrassment of doing bottom pinching equivalents, and in my humble way, I recovered the literal use of the word Hastakshep for Hindi after 200 years. Well, some contribution, I don't know. Well, since we are at this word bottom, I want to say that one of the big pitfall areas for any translator are abuse terms, are terms which are abusive, particularly involving body parts. Many people have floundered. Many people. I avoided in the case of bottom, as I told you, but I could not avoid it in another case, and for very good reasons. Let me give you an example. The example is from Is Sadi Ki Prem Kahani, translation of the love story of the century, a very powerful feminist discourse, a very powerful humanist discourse. It's a first-person narration of a woman, of the hell that she goes through every day, every hour of her life, because she is married to an alcoholic and she has 4 children, and yet she doesn't leave him. Now, at one point in the narration, the woman accuses the husband of saying, "You never treated me like a person. You treated me like, pardon me, as cunt." This is the biggest insult she was heaping on him, slapping him with that word. Now I had to translate that. And again, I had that dilemma. What shall I do? It is not that I did not know the Hindi equivalent of that word, the cha word, but I didn't want to use it. So I read the text again and so on, and discovered something very interesting. In the whole text, that word written with the letter C-U-N-T had been printed in capitals and in bold. The author wanted the readers to know that with this she was inflicting the biggest insult. for me, it was decided. I used the ch word, whether people like it or not. Words, friends, can be very tricky for translations. I can give you another example. Urdu speakers would perhaps appreciate this. In Premchand's Shatranj Ke Khiladi, Begum, again saying something satirical to her husband, starts a sentence with the word noj. Noj. आप तो शतरंज खेला करें और मैं यहाँ चूल्हे चक्की की फिक्र में सिर खपाऊं. Noj. Now, how do you translate the word noj? I looked around. I consulted dictionaries. I consulted friends. And then discovered something interesting. Noj is an empty word. It doesn't have a meaning. It is only a sentence opener. जब आप तंज करना चाहते हैं, so it's a sentence opener, noj. But that is not all, friends. There is a gender spin to it. Noj is used only by women. No man will ever start a sentence by noj. It's a very significant sociological information. So I use the word noj, but in the parentheses explain the gender spin. In Hindi, we have a similar expression, Hai Daya. Hai Daya, a man will never use to express a sense of shock, utter shock, or whatever. Hai Daya, Indira Gandhi mar gayi. That's what I wrote in one of my stories. Hai Daya, only women use. So what I'm trying to say is, while translating, a translator's antlers have to be up all the time, even for small words. Not only that, stylistically, so much of socially significant information is included in style. I give you an example, seeking pardon from my friend Anis. Premchand wrote both in in Hindi and in Urdu. And in his Hindi narration, he used a very interesting strategy. Whenever he was describing something, he drew his lexicon from Sanskrit. Whenever he was trying to show conversations, dialogues, he drew it from his Perso-Arabic source. Why? Because that was the living language. None of Premchand's translators, and I know so many, were even conscious of this. Jamia has a very major translation project of the whole oeuvre of Premchand. I wonder if their translators, individual translators, ever were conscious of this. And even if they were conscious, I really wonder what they could have done. But remember, English, like Hindi, draws its lexicon from multiple sources, French being one of them, and many others. But possibly this is one area where the translators' limits would be very visible. They won't be able to do much. I give you an example from Faz of another stylistic device called transferred epithet. There is a very well-known ghazal of Faz, Chale bhi aao ke Gulshan ka karobar chale, made more famous by Mehdi Hasan. Now look at the first line and the phrase, Gulshan ka karobar. Gulshan ka karobar. Karobar is a word from the register of karkhandari, of business, dhanda. And he's using for what? He's using it for the act of blossoms opening in a garden. Gulshan ka to wahi kaam hai na? Why was he doing it? To create a special effect. That word transferred from another register. None of his translators. And I have looked at 3 translations. The first one by V.G. Kirilenko, then by Shivke Kumar, and then my friend late Aga Shahid Ali. None of them have tried to use a word which would catch that juxtaposition, as it were, or no. I want to make one more point before finishing with style carrying significant socio-cultural information. A lot of writers, while writing in a language, bring in words, phrases, at times whole sentences from other languages. English writers from French and Latin and Greek and whatever, in our own languages also. This the writers do not to show that they are very erudite, they know more than one language, but perhaps the situation demands that. I was translating Achebe. Nigeria, like us, is a multilingual society, a former British colony like us. So they have English as a lot of lingua franca. But they have also something which we don't have. They have something called Pidgin. Pidgin is a mix of English and local languages. And the sociological distinction is, while educated class speaks standard Nigerian English, the uneducated class, the economically weaker class, speak Pidgin. I want to give you a small dialogue from a story I was translating, where this code switching from standard to Pidgin occurs. How did you know your father was sick? My brother come tell me. When did your brother come? Yesterday for evening time. Why didn't you bring him to see me? I don't know, say Madame go one see naam. Now I had to translate that. And I had to show that little distinction. How do I show? I use standard Hindi, Khadi Boli, and Bambaiya Hindi for Pidgin. My problem became more complex when in another story, Achebe brought in a third language, his own mother tongue, Igbo. In a discourse, it suddenly comes up, Biko akpakwana oku? Biko akpakwana oku, ye kahan se aa gaya bhai sahab? What do I do? A third language. I went to Awadhi, friends. The third language. Hindi, Bambaiya Hindi, and Awadhi. Let me conclude by a few remarks. Why all this fuss that I have talked about, which I created for myself and then tried to solve? Because I believe every word in a literary discourse has a cultural halo around it. That is, it carries a significant socio-cultural information. And this information, I must say, must be discovered and transmitted by the translator to the readers of the recipient language. Why? Why do you say, why is it necessary? Because remember, a piece of literary discourse is a two-tone structure. One linguistic, the other cultural. And to me, and this is what Professor Udanarayan Singh emphasized yesterday, it is the cultural part, the letter part is very, very important. The real strength, my friends, of a literary discourse lies therefore in what is unstated, what is implied, the socio-cultural information which lies beneath the stated discourse. That lying beneath the discourse is very significant. You remember Faz? वो बात सारे फसाने में जिसका जिक्र न था, वो बात उनको बहुत नागवार गुजरी है. This translating the nagavar is the more important part. Friends, in this sense, a literary discourse is like an iceberg whose 7/8 part lies beneath water, submerged, invisible. But that 7/8 is its real strength. Therefore, to me, translating literary discourse is like translating icebergs. And as I have said elsewhere, translation is like building bridges in the sky. If you are lucky, you get a rainbow and a pot of gold at the end. I thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Narang. That was a wonderful lecture, and I think we traveled the entire landscape of translation and such nuances that you pointed out, the colloquial nuances, the cultural linguistic registers. It was a marvelous experience. It was wonderful the way you illustrated it all through your personal encounters with the act of translation. So we are very, very grateful to you for a brilliant lecture today. Thank you so much. And I think there are a number of comments in the chat box which would, be evidence enough to you that our audience has warmly enjoyed your session. Thank you very much, Professor Narang. And we move on to our next session, that is our plenary 2. And our guest has already joined us.
Within 30 seconds, so thank you all of you organizers and all those who were present there. You are very generous. Thank you very much.
Bashudra ma'am, there are some questions. Can we go on to it?
Saket, since we are running short of time, so let us take 2 or 3 questions from you, please. Because our next speaker has already joined. Saket, I request you that please take 2 or 3 questions from me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Harish Narang, sir. As I always say that it is always so good to hear you. There are I'm taking some of the questions. There are too many questions, sir. I'm taking some of those. There is a question from Shabir Shah from Kashmir. He asks, how can we translate Urdu ghazal into English? What stylistic issues do we face in translating Urdu ghazal into English? And how can we translate cultural words? So please unmute.
I am unmuted. Well, cultural words, my whole lecture was about translating cultural words. As for ghazal, a lot of people have tried doing it. As I mentioned, Faz, Professor Shivke Kumar from University of Hyderabad translated Faz's ghazals. My friend Aga Shahid Ali did that. Earlier, Kirilenko did it. These are all published. Kirilenko's translation was first published from Delhi and later from Lahore. Sahitya Akademi published Shivke Kumar's translation, and also published by my friend Aga Shahid Ali. I am not a poet, but I do know what Shabir Shah is trying to say. It's not easy to translate poetry, and particularly a poet like Faz. I have in fact somewhere a very interesting paper, the title of which was Gulshan Ka Karobar versus Blossoming Garden, How Not to Translate Faz. You know, it is difficult, and with people like Faz, who formally learned Mosiki just to be a poet, how do you capture his music, juxtapositions and other things? It is difficult. And yet, as I said, people have translated. Shabir Shah, kindly look at these translations of ghazals. And more importantly, my friend Aga Shahid Ali actually tried to write ghazal in English. Not many, but some more people have also tried to write ghazal in English. Some European non-speakers of Urdu have also tried doing it. So I don't know, because poetry is so much different. It is deviance at every step. Roman Jakobson said poetry is nothing but deviance, deviation of language. So how do you cope? Well, I hope Shabir Shah gets some cues.
There is one more question, sir. What will be the true forms of translations? A word-to-word translation, or try to bring the whole sentence meaning together in the meaningful way?
Look, there is a continuum. There is a continuum. You have to pay attention to both. I am a total votary of every word translation, not word-to-word translation. And even with every word translation, you have to make adjustments of structuration at the end of the full sentence. Remember, you are dealing with 2 languages, and the 2 languages have different dharmas. They have different conventions. They have different practices. They have different ways of looking at things or responding to them linguistically. So you will have to make adjustment when you are looking at the full structure. Therefore, I start by saying, don't leave out a word, but if you have to leave out, have good reasons for it. And finally, look at the structure. Structure atpata nahi hona chahiye. The structure mustn't look very funny in translating every word. If you lose on the structure, then I think it is penny wise, pound foolish.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm taking one more question, sir. The last question. The question is from Sarika Goel, who is from DAV College, Abohar. Did you feel fascinated for any Punjabi writer writing in Punjabi if he has translated any such writer?
I have
And also, then who is better in translating Shakuntala, William Faulkner, or M.A. Kali?
Well, number one, I am a speaker of Punjabi, but unfortunately, I don't know the writing system. So I have read Punjabi writers, admired them, written scholarly papers about them, but I have not had the courage to translate them. For instance, Pash, a wonderful poet. I have read it in Hindi translation, bad Hindi translation, but I admired the poet when I listened to him, sung by some people, read by some people. Great poet, activist poet. Similarly, Ravi, Gurdial Singh I mentioned, great writer. There are many others, Lal Singh Dil. There are some women writers that I admire, but haven't had the privilege of translating. What was the latter part of the question? Sorry.
You
You are-
Saket, the question.
You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Who is better in translating Shakuntala, William Faulkner or M.A. Kali?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that comparatively in the sense that I cannot answer this question. But I want to make a general statement about text being translated by multiple translators across ages and so on. Remember, no translation is perfect. No translation. No translation can replace the original. It is the most nonsensical statement to say that this translation is better than the original. You know, this was said about one translation. That famous translation of the Persian poet. Now that to me is a nonsensical statement. Every translation is actually an attempt to go, as close as possible to the original. And to me, the comparative value of a translation lies in an author trying as close to go capture the authorial voice. Some may go this far, others may go a little far. But no translation to me can capture the whole original discourse in its letter and in its.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this enriching session. Thank you all the participants who have been with us. We will be moving on to our another session. Yes, sir.
Yes. Neha ma'am, please begin. She is joining.
Neha ma'am, you have to unmute.
Thank you so much, Professor Harish Narang, for your wonderful lecture on translation. And I strongly believe that whosoever has joined us in this session must have learned so much, about the translation and the cultural nuances which you have attached with it. And definitely, if they are looking for career in translation, this will be a most mentoring lecture for them. So thank you so much. And we move forward to the plenary session. Kalpana Singh Chitnis ma'am, she has joined us. And I welcome in this day two of the conference and the second session, plenary session of the conference. Those who have joined through this Google Meet and through YouTube, all participants, we welcome you in this, again, very, 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 very Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, thank you, Basu. So, yeah, we are looking forward for another very brilliant lecture by Kalpana ma'am. But before we begin, or I invite or introduce her, I'll request Riyas sir if he's around to welcome our chief or key speaker of this session. The professor in charge of Karim City College, Riyas sir.
Ma'am,
Riyas sir,
Riyaz
has
sir
he
is not
joined?
here.
Not here? Okay.
No.
Okay. So, on behalf of Department of English, Karim City College, I welcome you all, and it's a great pleasure that we are welcoming Kalpana ma'am again. She has already, joined us and given a very brilliant lecture just a week before. So. We welcome you, ma'am, and those who haven't joined us in that particular lecture, I would like to give your introduction before she talks on translation as the incarnation of literature. Kalpana Singh Chitnis, ma'am. Born and raised at Gaya, Bihar, Kalpana Singh Chitnis began to write poetry at the age of 14. She moved to United States in 1994, leaving her promising career as a lecturer of political science, actor, and a fashion model at Mumbai. In the States, she lived at Chicago for 9 years and now at Los Angeles. Her thirst for knowledge and excellence can be seen in the fact that she pursued degree in film studies too. She obtained her degree in film direction at New York Film Academy, Universal Studios, Hollywood in 2004. She is known for her directorial feature film, Goodbye My Friend and Girl with an Accent. She is also the founder and director at Silver River Film and Literary Society and the festival director at Silent River Film Festival in USA. Kalpana Singh Chitnis is a poet, translator, filmmaker, and actor. She has authored 4 poetry collections so far. She is the chief editor of the Life and Legends. Her works are constantly appearing in notable journals and magazines. Her poetry has been translated into many languages. She participated in the Silk Routes project of International Writing Program at University of Iowa from 2014 to 2016. And she studied a course on Buddhism through its scriptures at Harvard. She has been invited to speak on various subjects in national and international forums. Her award and honor includes Nazi Naman Literary Prize 2017, Rajiv Gandhi Global Excellence Award 2014, Bihar Raj Bhasha Award 1987, and Bihar Shri Award 1988. A poetic collection, Bare Soul, Taftish Jari Hai, Chand Ka Paiband, and Nishat. Anthologies where she has appeared are 100 Great Indian Poets, Collateral Damage, Carrying the Branch, Silk and Spice, and many others. Her poets and her works have appeared in all major publications in English, Hindi, and Urdu. She is definitely a very prominent, dynamic, and candid voice of our times. And with great pleasure and respect, I invite Kalpana Singh Chitnis ma'am to speak on translation, the incarnation of literature. Kalpana ma'am, over to you. You have to unmute, ma'am. Kalpana ji, unmute yourself.
Namaste, and thank you very much, Neha ji, for inviting me again. It has been a great pleasure. I know you have been little behind, and so I won't take much time. I'm going to get straight to the point, and so we can catch up. And although I have a lot of time in my hand, as long as I'm not interrupting other program, I'm okay. So feel free to tell me or ask me any question as I proceed. Since Yahya ji had asked me to write a paper on this topic, so this time I'm a little formal. I actually have written a few things which I'm going to read it to you. Perhaps that will make more sense because this way I can cover it point by point. And of course, then I will come to my key point, my own focus on translation, which I see it as incarnation of literature. First of all, I want to thank the organizers and professors at the Department of English at Karim City College, and the distinguished panel of writers and translators from across the globe for having me on the panel of poetry and translation both. It has been an enriching experience to discuss poetry and share the journey of my poet who wrote in 2 languages, residing in 2 countries, stretched across 2 continents. Today, I'm thrilled to join all of you again to deliver my plenary lecture on translation. Before I go over my key focus on translation, the incarnation of literature, I want to briefly touch the topics of text identity, politics, and text identity, politics of language, and cultural survival in translation, as they play a significant role in defining what we know as the international literature today. I also must share, I do not consider myself primarily a translator who mainly focuses on translating literature from other languages. I'm first and foremost a poet, and my translator is an extension of the poet I am. However, I have the experience of translating poetry and publishing it for over 6 years. To be specific, when I started Life in Legends Journal in the USA, which focuses on publishing poetry and translations of poetry. Therefore, what I'm going to share before the panel and our audiences comes only from the first-hand experience of translating and publishing the translation of international poetry. I will begin with the role of text in translation. It is crucial to be well-versed in languages we are translating into and translating from. Sometimes we may not know the poet's original language. In that case, the original text must be translated into a language we are familiar with. For example, I do not know the Arabic language. So when I translated the poems of Iraqi poet Dunya Mikhail and a Palestinian Jordanian poet Nizar Sartawi Saab, who was on the panel earlier, I requested from both of them to send me the English versions of their poem for me to render their translations into Hindi. Later, the poems I translated of both poets appeared in notable Hindi journal, Pahal. I'm sure most of you are familiar with Pahal. Gyan Ranjan ji publishes. Now I want to briefly touch identity. When we choose to translate the work of any writer or poet, their identity do matter. For me, as a poetry translator, the first identity of poets are their poetry. It is essential for me that poetry itself introduces me to the poet. I do not necessarily need to read the poet's bio to be impressed before translating their works. It is possible that an excellent poet can be totally unknown or marginalized, or may not have the opportunity to build an impressive bio. So, as a poet's identity is not the main criterion for me to choose someone's work to translate. However, an affinity with the poet and poet's culture, that is also a type of identity, has certainly attracted and inspired me to translate their works. Now we want to talk about politics. Here things get a little interesting. Wherever there is politics, things get a little more interesting. Well, of course, I'm saying it in a joking way. Politics in translation and the politics of languages in translation both play significant roles in what is being translated today from international literature. And I can say this applies everywhere in all countries. Cultural diplomacy, inspired by Western ideologies, funded by many Western nations, including the USA, uses its soft power mostly in previously colonized countries where there is a hunger for Western literature and urgency to learn Western languages to compete with the rest of the world. A part of cultural diplomacy is to promote Western literature and translations of the literature of writers and poets in their native lands. By all means, many examples are true, but some writers and poets are carefully chosen, nurtured, and promoted in the Western world. That's why we see so many poets from other countries suddenly attaining stardom in the West, but they also soon fade away. Not all of them, but many do. Whereas cultural missions often fail to rescue and translate the works of many worthy poets and writers from other countries who do not fit their narratives, or from the nations they do not benefit from. That's why perhaps translation from the Indian languages are not the priority of the Western world countries in their academia and cultural missions. I'm moving next to cultural survival. I see translation as a major tool and approach to aid our education system and ensure the survival of literature written in our languages. There is a great need to translate literature from other languages and make their, not only in other languages, other countries, but even in our own country, and make their presence felt internationally. In a country like India, it will help us understand our cultural identity in a more profound way if we begin to translate literature from our own Indian languages into other Indian languages, which we do not speak. The translation of our literature from other languages can help us creating a bond that is often compromised by politics and wars of languages. Simultaneously, we shouldn't dismiss the power of link languages such as Hindi in India and English, which is a global language capable of connecting us to the world. I'm inspired to say this only as a poet and translator of both languages, because I have greatly benefited from being open to embracing them. But adopting any other language must not be at the cost of our own languages, not even regional languages. It is not obligatory to promote any language, including our mother tongues. Still, their empowerment can undoubtedly help us as writers, poets, and translators. I also, I would rather leave it for the Q&A in case you want to talk a little bit about translation versus transliteration. But let me first go over how I see translation myself and how I became a translator. So when I say that translation is the reincarnation of literature, what I mean to say that translation gives a new life and embodiment to literature in a different language, place, and time, without destroying its essence and original form. From Hindi, I have translated the poetry of Kedarnath Singh, Vishwanath Prasad Tiwari, Uday Prakash, Hare Prakash Upadhyay, Vimlesh Tripathi, and some others. I have also translated poetry of English writers, mostly American writers and poets, and some Arabic poets into Hindi. So I do it vice versa. How I became a translator is a story, and those who didn't join me in the last session when I read as a poet, I want to share with them that when I came to the United States in 1994, I had not written a single poem of my own in English. So when I came, I wanted to continue writing, but the language in which I wrote and I spoke was not known to general American readers and audiences anywhere to read. So I had no other option but to translate some of my poems to introduce myself as a poet, even in the class which I took initially at the College of DuPage. When I came, actually, I took two classes. One was for creative writing and one was for architectural drafting and design. So I love designing homes and things. Anyway, the creative side of my poet and translator perhaps was more stronger. So I stayed who I was, a poet, then going into architectural drafting and design. So I did translate some of my poem, but when I chose to translate to share my work in a different country, I had to make sure one more thing, which has to do with the cultural aspect, which we have been talking about. I consciously chose not to pick the poems which were more pertaining to India or just to Indian culture, but the ones who are more neutral in nature. Why I chose the poems which were neutral, so others can also relate to what I was writing. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of the time when the Indian writers are writing, sending the work to publish in the Western magazines and things, it get rejected because I truly, as an editor, I can see it. I have an editorial board where we read the poems we receive. As an Indian, I can understand those poems very well coming from India, and I can relate to them. They're beautiful. Whereas my assistant editor, associate editor, always have hard time relating to those poems, and the first response I know even before it comes from her is that she will have so many questions and skepticism about publishing them. And that was the whole reason behind me starting the magazine, because I, as a poet and writer, was constantly facing rejections. My way of writing, my way of expressing myself in my poetry was not familiar to them. They were not able to relate to not just to the style, the substance, or the cultural references. You do not transform overnight as a human being, even when you move to another country. You are who you are. A mango tree cannot become an apple tree overnight just because it is uprooted and planted in other soil in another country. So, but for a mango tree, it needs water, it needs heat, it needs the humidity, whereas an apple tree can grow in cold environment, in the snow. And so when the climate changes, you do not bear those fruits which you did bear at the time when you were in one country. So as a diaspora poet, I had to be very, very conscious that if I'm translating my poems, I pick those poems which these people in the US can relate to. So I did translate, I did finish my class there. But after when I was done with it, I sat one day to critique my own translation. And guess what? I was disappointed in myself, because as the day goes by, the more you become familiar with the language, the expressions, the what do you call, the idiomatic uses, you feel like, oh no, that's not the way American people say it. Oh, the way I have said, I'm very, very, what do you call, like how we in the classroom we sit and do the homework, and I mean it was not like that. It was written more from my mind and looking at the books of grammar, trying to find all those kind of things which we do in classroom when we take a English literature class in India. I mean that's the way I translated my work, and that was not very good translation. So I'm actually, in some ways, I'm thankful that my early translation were rejected, because today when I go back reading my own translated, sometimes I find somewhere some notes and things, and I go like, oh my God, that's what I wrote. No wonder nobody published it. So I always kept a critique next to myself when I move from one language to another. You can call me a perfectionist, which I think I am to some extent. And so my Hindi poems were not quite the same in the essence when I translated them into English. And I realized that I had to work on my diction, the idiomatic uses, and that was not going to happen overnight. So I started reading more and more American poets and authors rather than reading more British. I started reading American, listening to the radio commentators, the TV anchors, the lectures of professors recorded, and paying attention to how an average American talks in everyday life. So I can understand and express myself the way the American writers do. Even like learning the slangs, American slangs. I did use dictionary and books and Queen's English, but I used with American English. And I work really, really hard to be a good translator. I didn't have to work to be a poet. I didn't ever try to be a poet. For me, being a poet was natural, and I would express, was for me to become a translator was a work, a task, and a constant challenge for me to be up to my own expectations, because I would go and translate it, but I will critique and I will say, no, I'm not happy with my own standard. So that's how I evolved as a translator. But guess what? After when I finished my class in 1994, I could not gather the courage to translate my own work, because I know what I have written in Hindi. I know I'm not exactly quite translating them the way I have written them in Hindi. So I would rather not touch it. So believe it or not, I have not translated all my three books. Maybe a few poems I did translate, because sometimes people ask me, hey, what did you write before? I heard that you had 3 books published, but we know nothing about those books because those are in your language. So just for them to share a few things, the samples, I did translate a few poems, and but I still have to translate my own book. Whereas once I became comfortable with the language, when as I mentioned in my last lecture, that I had promised myself, I am not going to write in English unless I start dreaming in English. Because I think I was watching a lecture yesterday. It was Sunilji who said that most of the Indian writers who are writing, they are basically not writing, they are translating if they're writing into English. Because they are thinking their poem in their language, but then they are translating in their mind to make it an English poem. And that's very true. I mean, you can go proving it because you are not somebody's inside brain. And sometimes we are doing it, we are not conscious about what we are doing, but we are doing it. And exactly that's what I was doing when I was translating the poem. So I said to be true to my poet and to be true to the American literature and calling myself a poet of English tongue, I must be honest and true to myself and not go as translating my Hindi poetry into English in my head. I should write only when the poetry comes to me in English language. So that's why all these things kind of little bit slow down my pace of writing when I moved to United States. I mentioned it took 7 or 8 years. I wrote very few things I published because I know I wrote some, but out of 10 poems, if I wrote, I will pick 2 which are good to publish. So my pace really slowed down, but translation came very handy in introducing myself as a poet coming from a different country, living in diaspora now. So that is one thing. And now when I started to translate, so how did I become a translator, and what magic did I perform that my translation published in World Class magazine? I mean, the World Literature Today, when they accepted my translations, I was like, really? Am I reading the letter from World Literature Today that they're really going to publish my translation? And it was not just by fluke. It was not just one time. World Literature has published me over and over again at several occasions in the past few years. So they have actually invited me to write on certain topics. So I will talk about that later, but getting straight to the translation, how I started to translate again after 1994 when I decided not to do it. It so happened that no matter how good you get, you can never get good enough to sometimes to impress the editors that you are a good poet. It was like a challenge. It's like creating self-doubt every time, no matter how better you want to do yourself. Of course, you are not an born American speaking English language from day one. So you are a poet of diaspora. Your identity matters. Your identity introduces you as a poet even before you introduce yourself as a poet through your poetry. So everywhere you are judged, people can't pronounce your name. Just looking at the writer's name, they know where you are coming from. And so there are all sort of things goes behind the scene. And then, of course, when you what you call transition from one language to another, you have to build your resume to which they look at it before publishing your work. So it has been a learning experience, advancing my writing skill, the language skill, since I have come here, and it continues to the day. And so I decided to create a platform for people like me, the poets of diaspora, whose work are not getting printed in the US, or not reaching to the American audience, readers and audiences. So when I started the nonprofit organization called Silent River Film and Literary Society, I started a program called Life and Legends magazine, which we run since 2014, primarily focusing on translation. So this way I get the opportunity to showcase and bring the work of writers from the other parts of the world, not just from India, to introduce to the Western readers. Because I mentioned in my last lecture that people would not understand the difference between Hindi and Hindu, and they will say, you write in Hindu. And I had to explain to them, no, Hindu is a geographical identity and Hindi is the language. And the religion, Hindu is actually Sanatan Dharma, but English people gave us all these kinds of name, which has stuck with us. So I was very determined that I'm not going to sit here to accept a rejection after rejection. This is my karma bhumi. I have to fight this battle, not just for myself, but for many poets like me, and start a magazine where we can present our work, invite our writers, interview them, talk about them. Actually, I even started a column, Cultural Diplomacy, which I didn't have enough support. I can continue to write columns for that particular feature of our magazine myself, but I didn't also want to make that magazine just for myself to publish what I want to publish. I wanted to stay limited to my editorial, or maybe sometimes if I translate somebody's work, I publish it, but normally I don't publish my work in my magazine. So it was very in the beginning, people were saying that, okay, I mean, they didn't want to discourage me, but they were not very sure how I'm going to really run this magazine in the beginning. And so I said, let me begin from India, because I'm from India. And believe it or not, when in 2004, I'm doing the Google search to see who have translated work from Indian literature, poetry, because we done poetry magazine. And I look for Hindi because I'm a Hindi speaking person. I could not find anywhere the translation of Indian poets much, maybe from some southern poets or some Bengali poets. Their work was a few things there, nothing from Hindi. So I call and I want to publish everyone. So I had few poets still I kept connection with. So I called Kedarnath Singh and I said, Kedarji, I have started a magazine. I want to publish your poems. I know you are in academia and I heard that your poems have been translated, but I'm not finding them on the internet. I don't know who translated and where they are. So Kedarnath Singh said some poets like Rupert Snell, translators, they were in there. And he also mentioned an Indian professor. He's a professor in Illinois, in Chicago area. His last name comes from Maharashtra. I'm not going to tell the name of the poet. And you would not believe, I knocked almost every door for those people to send me some work translated of Indian poets. So Rupert Snell said, look, I translated, but I'm not happy with my own translation of Kedarnath Singh. I would be happy to send you if I do something in the future, but for right now, I don't have anything. So Kedarnath Singh tells me, go call the other person, the Indian person, or Indian professor who had translated the work. And guess what? That person, this is the one disease we have in the West. I mean, sometimes it makes you feel sad, the attitude I'm talking about. So I wrote to that poet, giving the reference of Kedarnath Singh, that Kedarnath Singh is the one who is introducing us, and I got your email through him and number through him. That person does not respect either of them. He writes me one-line email, unless I see your magazine, I am unable to send my translated work of Kedarnath Singh to you. And you would not believe, I am a person who have always, I don't know, I won't say that people always say the attitude, take it attitudes as a bad thing, but attitude can be good and attitude can be bad. So I had to go with my attitude of finding and doing things. And you will believe it or not, I have sent to Anisur Rahman Sahab just the link. If you go and look at the first edition of Life and Lessons, I brought almost every top poet from the United States, not just the United States, many from other part of the world. But I was sad that there was no representation from my own country. So from that day, I said, I'm going to translate a few Hindi poets to publish in this magazine. And that's where my translator journey began from there. And I translated the poets I knew. I translated the poets I was familiar with their work. And of course, Kedarnath Singh was that, Vishwanath Prasad Tiwari, some other young poets, Uday Prakash. I translated them just to publish. And then I started having fun with it, because now I am reading all the new poets and which I have missed reading in all these 25 years. So translating was also enriching me in a different way, which initially I did not pay attention to, because translation really has provided me the opportunity to read literature being written and keep up with the pace of the new young writers are writing, not only just in India, but in other parts of the world. So it was a very enriching experience. And I said, no, I will do it side by side whenever I have a chance to do it. So this is how I started translating. And since 2014, I have translated the work of a number of poets, including American poets, into Hindi. Like David Mason, I did Nezar Sartawi from Palestine, Jordan, I did Dunia Mikhail from Iraq. There are other few poets who have translated their work still have to go to publish, but World Literature Today published a lot of my translated work, as well as my essays, my article. They were so this is one thing I noticed in America. Once you get the attention of people and they're impressed by you, then this is where you start rolling. They even invited me to write about my own hometown, Bodh Gaya. And I published article on Bodh Gaya in World Literature Today. I published about Kedarnath Singh's poetry. Even when Kedarnath Singh passed away, they invited me to write a tribute for him. So like, I really then at that point, I felt that it was not just me. I was really being accepted as a writer and translator of English language in the USA. And I today pinch myself that all the anthologies that you mentioned in my introduction or in the book, when I see my name next to a Nobel Prize winner or Pulitzer Prize winner, even though I'm represented there just as with one poem, I feel I'm very grateful and thankful, and also feel rewarded in a sense, and feel that I'm glad that I didn't give up. I didn't give up and continued doing that. And I want to share the success with my uh, fellow writers in India. What mistakes do they make when they write or translate? What mistake do they make when they send their work to publish in other countries in English language? Why we are not being represented with the translation of our own native languages? But the challenge which I'm seeing is that most of the writers who are recognized from India in the West are the writers who are writing in English language. So I always have debate with those people, sometimes even a kind of a friendly argument that not all what is being written in India in English is Indian literature. India has many languages and very rich cultural heritage, literary heritage from all languages. So what you see, a big name writer like who win big prizes, they are not the only one writing in India, and what they are writing is not Indian literature. And it has to do with a lot of it has to do with our colonial mindset. Not that we are born with that mindset. Most of us who are writing today perhaps are born after when British were gone. But through our education system, we have been fed in our head that English is a better language. I don't think a language is better or worse. You can say a language is more popular or more powerful in many ways, but to compare as a language as better or worse is just like saying, I can say, oh, my British aunt is better than my own mother, So I totally understand the power of languages. I am a poet writing in English. I have no issue with English, but I cannot ask Hindi to sit on the floor and give throne to English and feel sad about it, that I'm not good enough. I encourage Indian writers to write in their own languages and translate from their own languages, do some service to their languages. People shaming their language. I see every day on Facebook, Indian writers, they sit and shame Indian languages. They're fighting for Hindi, for Urdu, and for Southern languages. And I just feel this is so petty. That's what they want us to see. So English can take over everywhere. I have no hatred towards English at all. But India is the only country where the literature of a country is being represented through a foreign language. And can you imagine saying that in France, the French literature is considered only French literature is considered as French literature, which is written in English? Can you imagine saying Russian writers, all who wrote in their language, do not represent their own country, that does not represent their literary history and the wealth of literature? Only the Russian writers who are writing in English represent Russian literature? What a tragedy. What a shame. But in India, if you write in English, oh, you are on the top. You are in the top 500,000. Who cares? Who cares? They are using you. They are using you for everything you are, India, but they are not giving you what you deserve. Right now, these 3 female Indian writers, regardless of their ideology, you love Modi or not, you love BJP or not, or RSS, I consider them 3 writers. Shame. Murdered their work. Lynch them. Literally their work. Just like जैसे ये गोरा आदमी ने मारा अभी ना ब्लैक लाइव मूवमेंट का जो स्टार्ट हुआ जॉर्ज को, आप किसी के गले पे आप अपना घुटना दबा के उसको मार देते हैं, वैसे ही इन गोरे साहबों ने, these foreign writers, did to 3 women. और ये सारी जमात जो औरतों को उनके एम्पावरमेंट की बात करती है, कोई भी मेरे फेसबुक फ्रेंड्स ने सबने एम्पावरमेंट की बात की है, लेकिन जब मैंने पोस्ट किया कोई उसे लाइक तक करने के लिए नहीं आया. आई एम नॉट बीजेपी. I don't know Modi. I don't know RSS in my life. I haven't seen a person of RSS. I don't know. I see they are educated, they are qualified, they have a proven record, they teach in college, they are professors like you, and you go and murder their book. But you don't murder, I mean, you try to kill them, but they didn't die. That's another thing. And we accepted it. So there has to be changes in our attitude about politics, because see what is happening. The politics is deep down in literary world, which is dividing us and dividing everyone. अभी हिंदी को साउथ में वैसे जलील करेंगे तो फिर हिंदी और उर्दू को लड़वाते रहेंगे. और हिंदी समृद्ध नहीं है तो हिंदी के पास अपने शब्द नहीं है. हिंदी तो भाषा तब बनी जब एक गोरे साहब ने आके हिंदी का मेंशन किया किसी आर्टिकल में. Hey, let me tell you, हिंदी is the ocean. जो ब्रज, अवधी, भोजपुरी, मागधी सबकी जो आप बात करते हैं वो सारी सरिताएं, all those river comes and pour itself into Hindi. So Hindi is ocean. She is the mother of Urdu. If there is a Farsi and Arabic is the father. And you say Hindi is nothing for you? Hindi links the whole nation. छोटा थोड़े ही जाने हिंदी, more or less, little or more, at least everybody understands Hindi. Everybody watches Hindi movie, everybody sings Hindi song. लेकिन रोज दिन लड़ाई हम अपने आप में करें. यही तो ये चाहते हैं, यही तो ये चाहते हैं that all these writers, you all can be waitlisted out at the elite literary festivals in your own country, and all these peoples from outside will take the stage, take the praise, take the awards, and make you keep waiting because you can never be good enough in their comparison. So be proud of who you are. Be proud of what your language is. It's not about nationality. It's not about supporting BJP or RSS. It is not about Modi. A leader comes, goes. A party comes and goes. Indira Gandhi came, Indira Gandhi was gone. If Modi crosses line, he might be gone. So don't make a language, always, in agenda of politics. Urdu is not a language which I, as a Hindi writer, should hate. Meri kitab taftish jari hai. I'm going to give you one example. It is very relevant. When I posted that 25th anniversary edition of my book Taftish Jari Hai, which was initially published in 1993, has come out. One person told me, if you are a Hindi writer, why you have the Urdu word taftish? हमने कहा हम भाषाओं से छुआछूत का व्यवहार नहीं करते. The same as Khurshid had shared with me that he used some Hindi word. उनको बोल रहे थे कि आपको आकर्षण शब्द यूज करने का क्या जरूरत था. तो उसने कहा अरे appropriate लगा. हम इतने मिलजुल के रहते हैं, एक जगह रहते हैं, एक कंट्री में रहते हैं, एक दूसरे का खाना खाते हैं, एक ही हवा में सांस लेते हैं. ये कैसे संभव है कि हम भाषा की जो सरिता है और ये जो बूंद है, पानी तो पानी है. आपके कप में आके गिर गया तो आपने कह दिया ये मेरा गिलास है, वो आपके कप में गिर गया वो मेरा गिलास है. तो आज हम अंग्रेजी, तो मैंने उनको कहा कि ठीक है. ऐसे ही मुझे चैलेंज किया एक बहुत बड़े राइटर ने जो अभी हमारे आपके पैनल पे थे. उन्होंने मुझे इंटरनेशनल क्या है भाई जो दिल्ली में है सेंटर, वहां उन्होंने कहा आप तो हिंदी की बात ऐसी करते हैं जैसे बीजेपी वाले करते हैं. भाषा आप कह रही हैं कि धरती से पैदा होती है. मैंने कहा आई कैन प्रूव इट. हाउ कैन आई प्रूव इट? मैंने कहा पत्ता ऊपर से गिरता है, खड़खड़ करता है, तो वो खड़खड़ शब्द कहाँ से आया? हिंदी में वहां से आया. नदी बहती है, कल के बढ़ती है, तो वो कलकल शब्द हमारे यहाँ आया. और that's the sound. मैंने कहा मिट्टी से भाषा इसलिए भी आता है कि हमारा जो ये शरीर है, बॉडी इज मेड ऑफ 5 एलिमेंट्स. All 5 elements come from this mitti. So if my body is speaking a language, तो भाषा भी मिट्टी से उगती है. Why not Urdu was born in elsewhere? There were several conquests. Maybe Urdu could have been born in China, but वहाँ नहीं हुआ. Why in India? So it is, ये मिट्टी है, ये जमीन है, जो जिससे जो जुड़ी हुई भाषाएं हैं, उनको आप काट नहीं सकते, उनको आप अलग नहीं कर सकते. It's like the vein, the arteries and veins in our body. Everything has a meaning, everything has a reason. So we should understand the power of our languages and why it is relevant in this translation section for me to mention. Let me tell you that sometimes people say, hey, you don't have good enough words, the vocabulary is not rich in your language to translate something. मैंने कहा how English becomes rich. How English became a rich language because it was open to get vocabulary from other European languages. Many other languages you'll find their roots actually you'll find their roots in other languages which we see in Hindi, including English took so many of our words of Hindi. तो क्या वो भिखारी थे? So why if Hindi takes some of the English word is not good enough? And also I noticed one thing, I'm married in a Maharashtrian family. So I have lived in Mumbai. If you go in Mumbai, you would see every sarvajanik place, public places have the sign perfectly translated into Marathi. लेकिन हमारे बिहार यूपी में नहीं मिलेगा, इंग्लिश में भी सब मिलेगा. बहुत लोग का क्या है कि वो उनको they are being shamed. ओ ये संस्कृत जा रहे हैं तो ये ब्राह्मणवादी हैं. बताइए, अरे संस्कृत में वो रूट है तो वहां से ले लिया तो हम मनुवादी कैसे हो गए भाई? तो इस तरह की, लेकिन महाराष्ट्रियन वैसा नहीं सोचता है. So see how many words are in Marathi from other languages. तो हम क्यों नहीं अपनी भाषा को समृद्ध बनाएं एक दूसरे से लेके. ठीक है, मेरी हिंदी में उसका परफेक्ट ट्रांसलेशन नहीं है तो मैंने मराठी से वो शब्द ले लिया, या मुझे हिंदी में नहीं तो मैंने उर्दू से कोई शब्द ले लिया, उर्दू में वो शब्द नहीं तो उन्होंने हिंदी से ले लिया, हमने कश्मीरी से ले लिया. आप देखिए कि हमारे पास भाषाओं की क्या संपदा है. How rich we are in languages, and we are not sharing ourselves. We are not even ready to come together to talk about our languages in a friendly way. Divided. So I'm sorry if I'm going above the time. Please stop me.
Sorry to interfere. We are heading towards a very beautiful debate actually, but I'm afraid that our next speaker, Jodeep sir, has joined. And he has to attend a meeting also somewhere. So
Sure.
I just very humbly request you, if you can wind up, please. Please.
I think actually I did cover everything. And so, going back to the main point, I would like to just say that how I feel that a poetry or translation of poetry or prose, anything that you translate, is the reincarnation of into other language, because the way we believe that when we die, the energy, the urja that which is in our body, it goes back to create something else in the universe, and we take another body. Whereas one thing beautiful about translation is that you do not have to destroy the original body, yet you can translate and give another body, another form, in a different place, in a different time, in a different language, and reincarnate the same poetry over and over in millions of languages. You want any language, there's no barrier. And so seeing my own work translated into many languages, I felt that my own poetry did not have to die in Hindi or in English, whereas it found another life in a different form. It is something like how I am, or my children are extension of myself. And the same way, the language family, when they shake hands, they do create some beautiful things and give a totally new life to a piece of literature, whether that is a prose or whether that is a poetry. And that's what we need to do, that every writer who is capable of translating, of course, if you can't, you are excused, but if you are capable of translating your own language, translate in any other language, give opportunity to people who have not been discovered from your own language. You might find a very good poet in Punjabi or Marathi who nobody knows about. You have the wealth of language. Don't translate into English if you're not good in English. Translate in Hindi, translate in any other language. Introduce one another, because when we create, we are free from politics. We are free from discrimination. Creation is a meditation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kalpana ma'am, for your intense and thought-provoking and insightful lecture, ranging from cultural diplomacy to your personal journey as a poet and translator, which itself is very inspiring and motivating. And it's always been a pleasure to listen to you. And we are very much thankful that you agreed to be a part of this e-conference. Yayadi, I would like to ask that whether we have time for the question answers to take up.
No, ma'am. Please move ahead to the vote of thanks, ma'am, please.
Okay, so I thank all the participants who have joined for Kalpana ma'am's lecture. Thank you so much, Kalpana ma'am, once again from our side. Karim City College is always thankful for the people who are living in the other part of the world, because there is a time difference and so many things, but even then you agreed, you take pain to be with us. Thank you so much.
No pain, absolutely. It's a pleasure is mine, and thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Dee. Thank you so much. Sorry for the time constraints.
Oh, no, not at all. I know you're running behind, so that's why I said in the beginning, no worries. I totally understand. Always get together any other time.
Thank you.
Now, again, I hand over this platform to my colleague, Dr. Vasudhara Roy, for the plenary session number 3. Vasu.
Thank you, Neha ma'am. Thank you, Kalpana ma'am. That was a wonderful lecture. And as Neha ma'am said, it is always a deep pleasure listening to you. Thank you very much for being able to join us today, despite the difference in the time zones. We move over now to our third plenary session, and we are privileged to have Professor Jaideep Sarangi with us. And I would just give you a brief introduction to Professor Sarangi before I hand over the session to him. So Jaideep Sarangi is a bilingual poet with 9 collections in English. The latest being Heart Training the Light 2020, released in Rome, Italy. Professor Sarangi has read his poems and delivered keynote plenary addresses in different shores of the globe. His later readings were at Australia, at Italy, and at Poland. With Rob Harley, Sarangi has edited 6 poetry anthologies of poems from Australia to India. He is also known as the Bard of Dulung for his several poems on the river Dulung and its nearby places, temples, and habitations. His important translations include Not in My Name, poems by Subodh Sarkar; Surviving in My World, Growing Up Dalit in Bangla, by Bangla Dalit writer Manohar Mauli Biswas; The Wheel Will Turn, poems by Bangla Dalit writer Manohar Mauli Biswas; Stories of Social Awakening by refugee writer Jatin Bala. He is a professor of English and principal at New Alipur College, Kolkata. And that explains why Sarangi sir is in a hurry today, because it is a time of admissions and he has plenty of things to attend to. We thank you, Sarangi sir, for being able to spare your special time for us. And we hand over the session to you. It is all yours. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. And good morning from the City of Joy to all the participants and the college which is hosting it, and a wonderful organization that you are doing, and wonderful act, and great plenary speakers, I'm really honored. Now, I will start with reading my preface, an introduction that I write while I translate any book into any other tongue. And I'll just read out a couple of lines from my introduction to my latest book of translation, Not in My Name, by Shubodh Sarkar. No translation is complete and definite. I never judge my translation as the only way to do justice to the author. As a translator, I am aware of the fact that a translated corpus survives with possibilities and it leaves room for further works when time ticks to a new frame. This is the humble assertion of a translator when a translator goes into the process. Translation is the communication of the meaning of a source language text by means of an equivalent target language text. I had listened to Kalpana ma'am's wonderful speech, and I owe this concept that India, if there is any heart of India, the heart is translation. Translation into other vernaculars, including, of course, English. Whereas the interpreting undoubtedly antedates writing, translation began only after the appearance of a written literature. We all know that the partial translations of the Sumerian great epic, the Gilgamesh, and around 2000 BCE into Southwest Asian languages of the second millennium of BCE. Now, translators always risk inappropriate spillover of the source language idiom and usage into the target language translation. By target language, in the first half, I describe any target language you can think of, Indian languages or in English or anything. On the other hand, spillovers have imported useful source language nuances and loan words that have enriched the target languages. Indeed, translations, or you can say translators, have helped substantially to shape the languages in which they have translated. So at the very outset, I make it very clear that no translation is definite. It leaves with fuzzy possibilities of another translation. I won't say better or worse. I will say another translation. Now, my first point of discussion of translations today is interdisciplinary mode of translation. There's a beautiful book by Julian House, Translation as Communication Across Languages and Cultures, where Julian speaks about the essential resource for the students, researchers, and practitioners of translation studies. And she relates it with applied linguistics, communication studies, and social studies in order to prove her point that translators' burden is enormous. When a translator comes into business, actually she or he has the burden of all experiences that she and he has. I think in 13 chapters of the book that I'm taking you through, Translation as Communication Across Languages and Cultures, and there are 13 chapters, she examines translation as a means of communication across different languages, cultures, and provides a critical overview of different approaches to translation. And the most important part of her study is she links it with culture and she links it with the background of the text and the translator. That is quite amazing. We'll come to it a little later. Now, on account of translation from linguistic cognitive perspective, however, it is a it is a task of the translators to unburden the linguistic the horizon he or she has. The methodological and the research avenues, if you look into that, the globalization process is very important, because sometimes translators think of the market possibilities as well. This is a very interesting aspect of it. What is the idea of a readership that the translator thinks of? Because there can be, when he or she is translating, support the Aborigine text in Australia, and that the Aborigine writer, but translated by a white academic who is versatile, and he is translating for the global audience. Possibly there is scope for this sanitization, quote unquote, and a very interrogatives, that is quote unquote sanitization of the nuances specific to the culture. Similarly, the Dalit writings in India, and I have been part of it, and I have experienced this. This is when a translator comes into business. Suppose the translator is a kind of structurally the academic, and who is well educated in English, and possibly he will be translating in a tongue or in a language which is globally acceptable. So he possibly has a kind of audience or kind of readers in mind who will be able to think of the academic language, of course, in translation. But here lies, I think, a problem, a discourse, because a Dalit text where the roots are different, where the nuances are different. Again, the idea of a translator is to translate not only the text, but also the culture of that gharana, I'll say, or that tradition, or that rootedness. But this problem we can take up a little later. Now, the confusion that generally comes into business, whether it is a transcreation or a translation. A transcreation is essentially a thing that combines the discipline of translation with the art interpretation. That means translation theory at the same time, and application of translation, as well as the art of interpretation. So when we visit a museum, suppose the art, the interpretation that goes into the interpreter, or any art form, there is a possibility of interpretation. So a translated text is the text as well as the interpretation of the translation as well. It is the process by which communications produced for a local market and reevaluated and refigured to appeal to a culturally aligned audience. Suppose I am translating a very much a text, Bangla text, which is local, which is very much local. Suppose a Santali writer in Purulia or Jhargram, and I'm translating to the global audience. So the transcreation is much more than translation, much more in a sense, not in a qualitative sense, not in a quantitative sense. It is, I'll say, is an extension. It takes the original message and conveys it to another language, making sure that the text in the target language keeps the original style, original intent, and emotional features. Now, intent and emotional features are very important. These are very difficult to capture for a translator. Suppose I am translating a person who died 100 years ago, and his text is 100 years old. So it's very difficult for me to get into the intent and emotional features. But if we are translating any living author, that problem may not arise. Suppose my translation of the first Dalit autobiography in Bangla into English, Amar Bhubone Ami Beche Thaki by Manohar Moli Vishwas, surviving in my world, growing up Dalit in Bengal. Possibly we sat with myself and Professor Angana Datto of the Faculty of Sociology, we both of us, we translated, and this is one of the textbooks in different universities, most of the universities now. So we sat with the author for more than 100 times. We had a cup of tea with the author. We lived with the author. We lived with the author, and it's kind of anthropological approach. It's living with the author, knowing the taste of the author, knowing what the author feels, knowing what the emotion of the author, then you come to translate. I think living with the author, quote unquote, is an important, a kind of anthropological approach of translation, an involved approach, what the author feels. So the scope of translation is minimized in that. We can come to it a little later as well. The language localization, which I think is very important. In what flavor it is written, what nuance, what intent. Suppose someone is writing in Chattogram Bangla and Borishal Bangla, which can be a very different form of Bangla, and which has its own flavor. And translation should not lose the flavor. I know it's very difficult to reproduce. The clone production is almost impossible in translation. But of course, to minimize the translation, living with the author, living with the culture, coming out with a joint venture text. My humble submission in this afternoon is that translation is a joint project between the author and the translator. And of course, the publisher is also very important, because publisher will consider the marketability or sellability of the book, and he or she will look into the language and the intention so that he or she has a global market. So always translation is a multi-party, multitasking activity into being. And the local language color, I will say add value, add the spice to translation. If you don't have a local flavor, if you are writing in Bankura Bangla and we fail to keep Bankura Bangla intact, it's a kind of death of the translator. Of course, I won't say it's a bad translation. It's one translation, but it may not be that sound translation. Now the function, because all we have to think about, what is the function of translation? The first function of translation is, of course, is a means of communication. Of course, is a means of communication. Translation, second is translation is instrumental in transmitting culture. So one culture meeting with another culture through the book. When Tagore's Gitanjali was translated by himself and presented to W.B. Yeats, one culture, one emotion, one identity has been transmitted into another culture. So another culture, another background, people from another background, another linguistic background, he or she is reading text with a different gauge altogether. Then translation is also a transmitter of truth. How? Because the truthful portrayal of the culture, truthful portrayal of the intent of the book. Suppose a Dalit autobiography. Dalit autobiography falling back because the text has an intent. What is the intent? To change society, to change people, so that after reading the text, no one, Dalit or non-Dalit, will remain the same person. That means the book is written with a purpose. So the purpose has to be maintained. Otherwise, there will be a whole lot of deviation, I will say transgression from the text. Now, translation is a technique for learning another language. It's a school bookish device, but we have no point now that we will be doing that. But one thing that we can think of, the translators' problems is about thinking about the produced text. Therefore, there is always possibility that there is always procedures to go back to the text, go back to the original text, and go back to the point of translation. And the argument is always theoretical, but now the text and the context have changed, but the basic problem remains the same. Now, we all know there are so many methods of translations. There are so many ways to reach the ocean, some follows by walking, some follows like the flow of the rivers, and like in different ways. So if the ocean is our target, if the sky is our limitless is our target, there are so many ways to reach it. But the methods, but tough-headed methods, what I find is obvious to read, amalgamate, but we'll have to digest in your own ways, because you are to apply it when it comes for application. So execution is very important, but for execution, you need to know the tricks of survival and tricks of the operation, I will say. The word for word translation, literal translation, faithful translation, semantic translation, adaptation, free translation, idiomatic translation, and communicative translation. We all know these are so many ways of handling the thing. But in a way, the semantic and communicative translation fulfill the major aims of translation, the accuracy and economy. Both are important. How you will present the idea at times, which the translators are confused with the accuracy of translation and at the same time economy. That is, suppose when you are dealing with a poem, particular Bangla poem, or a particular Hindi poem, or Marathi poem, a Tamil poem, Kashmiri poem, into any other language, I'll say any other language, how will you grasp the idea and how will you present it poetically so that the syntactical pattern, rhythmic pattern is not lost? And also it has been presented in the economy manner. So economy, quote unquote, economy and accuracy are very crucial terms for the translators. In general, a semantic translation is written at the author's linguistic level. A communicative at the readership's semantic translation is used for expressive texts, communicative for informative, and of course, vocative texts. Now, one very important thing for a translator, always we'll have to remember the equivalent effect. The equivalent effect means, suppose someone is reading a text in Bangla and someone is reading the translated text in English or in Tamil or in French, the equivalent effect has to be felt. I know it's a very hard task, and it is almost or always tends to something, but can never attain the 100% assurance or 100% accuracy status. Now, it is a desirable result rather than the aim of any translation. This equivalent effect is a desirable result rather than the aim of any translation. So, in the communicative translation of vocative text, equivalent effect is not only desirable, it is a must. In informative text, equivalent effect is desirable only in respect of their insignificant emotional impact. The more cultural is a text, the less is equivalent effect even convincible. More cultural nuances into the text, the less is equivalent effect than convincible. There is a possibility. There is possibility of mismatched culture. Of course, this is the challenge of the translator. When we all translate, possibly one mode we generally follow, that is literal translation. Some of us, or many of us, will follow. The literal translation is different from the word-by-word translation, and literal translation ranges from one word to one word, and group to group, collocation to collocation, clause to clause, sentence to sentence, and it goes even to the meaningless translation. It is to be the basic translation procedure, both in communicative and semantic translations. so that translators begin with literary translations. The translation of poetry is really, the emphasis is on creation of a new independent poem. There is a whole lot of possibility of creation of a new independent poem. That means the poet and the translator, the produced text is an independent poem. And the literal translation is usually, that's why it's being challenged for it. It's been many critics have criticized it. However, the translation may be inaccurate. I don't subscribe to the term inaccurate, though it can never be too literal. We do translate words because there is nothing else to translate. We do not translate isolated words. We translate words all more or less bound by their syntactic, collocational, situational, cultural, and individual idiolectal context. Idiolect and sociolect, the language repertoire we have for an individual. The literal translation is the first step in translation. Recreation or recreative force in translation is possible, but interpret the sense, not the word. This is the quotation. Interpret the sense, not the words. If we go by the words, we may commit mistake at times. We cannot go. So interpret the sense, not the words. This is the mission for translation. The modern literary translator continually pursue what is to them more natural, more colloquial than original. But the idiomatic English may be the contrast to the natural translation. We are not going into the methodologies because there are numerous methodologies and theoretical stands to follow translations, like the Chinese did, like the Asian translation theory, like the Western translation theory. We come to the application part of translation. That is very much important, I think. I'll just consider three genres, that is one, poetry, short story, novel, and translation of drama. Then we'll come to the practice of translation. Poetry is the most personal and concentrated of the four forms, that is poetry, short story, novel, and drama, and most challenging, because within the economy of language, you will have to express the theme as well as keeping in mind the metaphors, the images, all intact, references, culture, and the language, target language, culture, the image may not be available. So that is another challenge for it. So sound effect, that is another important asset of transforming poetry or translating poetry from one language to another language. The translation of short story and novel, from a translator's point of view, that short story is of literary form the second most difficult thing, because short story deals with very short, and you cannot extend it. You will have to be very precise, but he is released from the obvious constraints that we come across in poetry translation, like meter, rhythm, and suprasegmental features. Further, the line is no longer a unit of meaning, whereas in poetry, line is one unit of meaning. And that is a big challenge for a poetry translator. Now, coming to the translation of a drama, a translator of a drama is, of course, has to bear the potential spectator in mind. If drama is to be staged, you will have to keep in mind how this language will be effective on stage in translation. So another category comes into it. So which genre you are taking into consideration, that is very important for the translator's cause. Now, the one very important thing, the translation theory shares a number of concerns and what is commonly called the communication theory, often when it is called. But perhaps the most important observation which the communication theorists have produced for translators is the recognition of the act of communication. The act of communication is very important, and for different theories, and different theorists have shown different meaning-based translations, and the same is true for the translation theory. It is not necessary for everyone to know translation theory, nor is to even necessary for a teacher to know the mechanics of a car. When he or she may drive a car to school, college, or university, the mechanics she or may, it is not necessary that she or he knows the engine details of it. So a translation theory one can subscribe to it, of course, but one has his own, has to develop his or her own ability to reproduce it when it comes to execution. Translation is to render the meanings of a text to another language in the way that author intended the text. The translation cannot simply reproduce, or be the original. The first business of the translator is to translate. There is a body of knowledge about translation which, if applied to solving the translation problems, can contribute to a translator's training. But everything, without exception, is translatable. But that is a challenge for anyone, whether it is translatable or not. Whether Jivanananda Das in Bangla or Joshimuddin, who are very much rooted in rural nuances, can be translated, can be captured through poetry in another tongue or not. That's a big challenge. Now, I will conclude with a couple of my translations, recent translations of poetry into English. I don't subscribe to the view that my translation is definite. I always think that there is a fuzzy possibility leaves after my translation or before my translation. So I will read a couple of poems. The first poem, I think you will love to listen to the title, by Subodh Sarkar, Sahitya Academy Award-winning, very prominent writer, living writer in Bengal. Can I take your wife as loan? I swear I will do nothing, will not grab anything, will not pull anything. Only for a day can I take your wife as loan. I swear I will not take her to Diamond Harbour. My ex-lover goes there. If she locates me there, I'll lose my job, my smile. My monsoon will go away. I swear I will not do anything. I will not disclose it to our wife. How bad you are as a husband. You are odd. Your unmannerly handling of fork. You speak poor English. Where you had been last afternoon. Promise I will not disclose them to your wife. I will not make her read the diary of Che Guevara. I will not purchase bangle and handkerchief for your wife. There is no use of buying bangles. Faith does not dwell in iron bangles. I swear, I have tested your salt. I may die, but I will not love your wife. Not for a day. Only a day as a loan. And ha ha, ho ho, I just want her as loan, pure loan. Now, this is one of the poems, and you can easily understand this is very much rooted in the cultural context of Bengal. So I'll just read another poem by Subodh Sarkar, recently written in and dedicated to Sarah Gilbert. Sarah Gilbert, we all know, who is trying hard for the vaccine. For you, Sarah Gilbert. The sky suffered all toxins. The earth drank up all sins. Forest, a witness of all killings. Yet man has no exit door to open. Still man is alive for man, away from his deadly weapons. I won't worry if were we able to love humans a little more. Jealousy has ruined you and me. Greed leads to more greedy secretions. Take away the land, encroach the swell, the rice bowl is pierced into two. The earth could have been more beautiful if the weapon of power is taken away. If we could throw out all cursed missiles, each house would have been heaven. The lost world will be bare. All you and I lost. We don't want to lose the evaporated dewdrops. We can cure all abandoned houses. You are my mother, mother of all. You are the youngest sister, a healing heart. You stay away and rub sobs. You never split a man from a man. Two eyes of the world are awake. Oh, my darling sister, a healing heart, a universal nurse for all that ails us all. You never split a man from a man. Translated from Bangla by Joydeep Shorangi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jaideep sir. That was a wonderful lecture, and you concluded so beautifully with your self-translated poems. We have a number of questions in the chat box, and I would now request my young colleague, Kumar, to kindly take up the question answer session. Over to you, Saket.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Jaideep sir, for this wonderful session. We are having some of the questions. I'm taking some of them. The very first question is from Dr. Sanjay Yadav sir. He asks, how much of an interpreter of a translator is allowed to be operative in the process of translation?
Now, this is very important question and very pertinent question. How much liberty you get as a translator? So, if for living authors, and if you are thinking of faithfulness, if you think that your translation will have to be faithful, you can show it to the author some for suggestions and guidance. Because I always say, I always believe and practice, it may not be the end of and be all. So that the translation is a collaborative process. So we produce the text together, not the translator, but also the author. And if there are some indiscrepancies, of course, the translator will have to come out with ideas. And I have seen translation of Sharan Kumar Limbale by Vomkar of Marathi into English. But I have talked to the author, and author is not happy with the translation, though it has published through Oxford University Press, of course. So it is the link, it is the relationship between the author and the translator, and to what extent the intent will be intact. That is of course of concern, and degree of intensity and degree of involvement differs. And I think it's very important for any translation.
Thank you, sir. There is one more question from his side. He asks, how do you reconcile yourself with the loss which inevitably takes place in the process of translation?
Loss is a loss. And if you go back to translation that I did 5 years ago, suppose, and I always think I could have done it a little better. Because when you are more exposed into it, more exposed into the target language, mainly I won't say the flat languages, that is, but these dialects, very difficult for an Indian to know the dialectal variations. And if the original text has a whole lot of dialectal variations, the nuances, I think that a translator will have to be submerged into, will have to live in the process. I always believe translation is an anthropological act. Anthropological act means you live with the culture. You cannot translate by staying away for 7,000 kilometers and translate a text rooted there. It is one of the interpretations, of course. But the concern is if you can live with the family, if you go and settle with them and come out with the text after maybe some years of experiences. My interference with Dalit writers is for 20 years, but I could not start translating before 10 years ago. So that means first 10 years of my interactions, close interactions, familiar interactions, gave me a confidence that now I have the confidence of this culture to translate properly. Properly in a sense, properly I believe. And this properly term is variable, of course, the degree of varies. So the loss is a loss. So we are all there to make up some loss. We cannot say that any translation is perfect. It cannot be.
Thank you, sir. Diksha from Punjab University asks, besides knowing the language, what are the other things to keep in order to translate?
This is very important because knowing the language, everyone knows the language. I think those who will be in the process of translation is a bilingual, trilingual, whatever. So he has the language, but the language is not sufficient. Which particular word is also very important. Suppose I am using the word home. Home has different connotations. House has different connotations. Nest has different connotations. And so whole lot of one word has specific cultural connotations, and it is a baggage of possibilities. So a linguistic choice is also very important. After that, the cultural choice. So cultural choice, there are so many things. Suppose sindoor or bindi, and suppose some practices which are unique to that locality only, and how the international audience will come to know. So some translators believe glossary at the end. Some believe that, of course, one cultural word which is to be translated to the world readership, world readers will have to gloss and will give detailed description of the fact so that nothing is lost in the process. Because the minimization of the loss is our target. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There is the question from Dr. Mansoor Mohammed Abdul Gabdli. He asks, can you, the translator, be a rewriter?
That is, of course, translation is, of course, something very important, and it's a process. I'll say it's a process. So if I am the translator of my own work, Tagore as translator and Tagore as the poet, you all know that Tagore, that the differences, translations that he made. So it's a liberty. I will believe that it's the liberty, it's the choice. It's the choice of the translator, what and how he will or she will go into the process.
Thank you, Jaideep, sir. This has been a very wonderful session. There were also questions from Kalpana ma'am. I would like to bring bring Kalpana ma'am also.
Yes,
Kalpana
yes, yes, ma'am.
Kalpana
Yes.
ma'am, you can
Yes,
unmute.
Yes,
There is
sir.
a question, Kalpana ma'am. Is the concept of translation for the sake of translation acceptable? What measures can be taken to prevent insincere translating activity? The question is from Mayuri Sharma from Tinsukia, Assam.
Oh, that is for Assam, I think, this question. No measure can be taken because translation is a choice of the translator. But, the permission should be taken from the author that the text should be translated. So you cannot punish the translator for any version of translator. There is nothing called bad translation or good translation. We'll say there is a better translation available somewhere. So a translator will have to be very humble, because this is a humble act, isn't it? Yeah.
Kalpana ma'am, the same question is for you, ma'am.
Saket, just a minute.
Yeah.
Kalpana
Yes, sir.
ma'am was also interested to ask a question from Sarangi sir.
Yes,
So I
yes.
request her to answer this question as well as to ask her question which she wants to ask from Sarangi sir. Please, Kalpana.
Sure. Kalpana ma'am.
Hello, Mr. Sarangi. How are you?
Yeah, fine. Nice to see you here. Wonderful.
Yeah, I hope you remember me.
Absolutely. We met several times.
Well,
And I have
the
great
reason-
regards for you. Yeah.
The reason I'm being a little informal because I had the opportunity to publish you in Life and Lessons as well as Subodh Sarkar. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
And we are Facebook friends also for years, and I do pay attention to all the literary activities that goes and shared on social media. I have a question to you as an Indian writer and translator.
Yeah, sure.
Why the Indian writers and translator discriminate against their own people who are the poet and writers in diaspora and don't come together or take initiatives to work with them rather than make the choice to work with the foreign writers who normally are not very inclined to work with them, but of course they would work with them in case, just as they feel that you have something to offer to them in return.
Wonderful question, Kalpana ma'am. This is what we have experienced. So I think one thing is ignorance. The Indian authors and Indian editors are, I think, the knowledge will have to be liberated more. But for myself, if you check, I have worked with Indians living abroad, like Usha Kishore, myself and Usha Kishore. We have come out jointly a book of Indian diaspora in the UK. And together, it was a huge success. Our association with Bashavi Fraser, we have worked together, Mona Dash Wiki. But sometimes, I understand it fully and agree with you that, this is the human craze, I'll say, but this is the emotion has to be changed in a way that we should know our people who are in India and who are born in India, settled in outside. And this is also, your thing is absolutely correct. If you look into Indian English canon formation in the syllabus and curriculum in Indian universities, and the Indian diasporic people are less here, and they have not been included so much. I will say it is a blame, it is a blemish, or it is one of the dark sides of Indian academia that they should produce more, they should know more, and they should come out with joint ventures with Indians living abroad and produce better productive texts, and the diaspora, Indian diaspora living abroad are to be included in Indian universities. There are only a few, mainly novelists are visible, and almost total it's impossible to see Indian diasporic poets living abroad and are in Indian universities. I think this is ignorance, and ignorance can never be treated as virtue.
Because I also see, I have published at least in one edition over 80 Indian poets and writers and translators, which I had the opportunity to share with Anisu Rahman sir.
Yes.
And he was so surprised. He said, he was just delighted, and he was not even aware of it. But let me tell you, because I've been in the US for 25 years, very active. I have my presence felt in American literature, whereas I'm happy to hear that you're doing something with Usha Kishore and something in UK. But when it comes to US, I have not seen any Indian writers united. And actually they are in the part of somehow the whole game of dismissing and ignoring Indian writers, where forget about inviting together to work together on a project or translator, or even giving them a space in the magazines that are publishing. I have been asked embarrassing questions that I have created a space for Indian writers, published so many of them, why I am not one of those 500 chosen poets and writers. Well, I'm not to answer. India has to answer. Indian writers has to answer.
Academia.
What's the reason? What are the expectations? Is this that even if when it comes to taking the first step, when people like us take the first step, connect with you, show with their work ethics, their eagerness, their determination to work with you, and then there is a constant dismissing of our own people in diaspora, labeling them as if like we are benefiting something out of it. Some of the poets last time when I went to India, and they had a very bad way of describing the poets, immigrant poets living in other countries, जिनको प्रवासी भारतीय कवि बोलते हैं, कि it's just that I don't understand when in every magazine, in every anthology, in every project that goes on in India, in every literary festival, not only you or Subodh Sarkar, I mean, since I have published, I have written emails to you guys never even responded to email. So I fail to understand what it requires for us to come together so we can work together and show our strength in the world literature that we are capable of doing together. So I am just asking not only you, don't get me wrong, to sing. I'm talking about over 80 poets in one edition. Yeah. Anisur Rahman Sahab saw. More or less, I had the same experience, but of course there are few who are exceptional poets, but I think they are exceptional because they are the older generation poets. They still value something which our generation people do not seem to value. So when this is going to stop running after the Firangi Sahab who rules our literary world and give us the opportunity to come up as a writer, or whenever they want, they can kill us. Our book, when we can get free from this mentality, with over 1.3 billion of population, the foreign writers come and they set a stage, invite everybody to take a stage, speak, get award, get recognized, and in front of 1.3 billion people, they kill our writers and their books. When are we going to be free of this mentality, and what Indian writers are going to do? This is a general question, not just to you. And feel free.
This is a general question, of course, and knowledge is always a big help. And of course, one's lifetime time is very limited. But I think that all works should be collaborative works, and proper knowledge resourcing is very important for Indian academia. And they should open up to know everything, to know what is going on in each continent, and open the doors for reading and writing back, because you know it happens for me, for myself. I have a lot of collaborative projects with the Indian authors, origin authors in Australia, Michelle Cahill, and lot of in UK. So possibly in one lifetime I cannot read all, and I cannot do justice to all. So it is, I think, for Indian academia to read all those who are actually specializing in American literature, or suppose especially in Canadian literature, should connect and come out with the proper representation. If a number of volumes are there should be, and this should be visible in Indian academia, I strongly believe. And Professor Anishul Raman was also in different board of studies, and we all know there's a whole lot of fight go on when you want to change something. I tell you, I can give you recorded predictions that change is very difficult in Indian universities. When we try to get the new voices into the board, and there is a whole school of protest. No, there is no secondary material of that. Don't include him or her. So production of secondary material is very important. By secondary material, look at the British literature, the Shakespeare and the Shakespearean criticism. Shakespeare is still survived, still in us, because Shakespearean criticism is changing. We learned English literature, we learned English criticism. So criticism supported literary stuff. That is very important for Indian writing in English. Criticism did not support to its original literary production. Suppose Jaydeep Sarangi, if someone reads, will read after 50 years, if the criticism on Jaydeep Sarangi survives. So simultaneous journey is to be seen. I think we have 50 or 60 years of good English education. So I think it's a matter of time to know more. Yeah.
Right. And the people in academia, which you mentioned, that people in academia hold the power. And when it comes to criticism, when it is supported by the academia, that has its impact. And I applaud the initiation of Karim City College to providing such an platform people to come and speak and address their concern without being worried about what people are going to think. Look, I am hurting, my body is hurting, I go to a doctor, I tell honestly where it's hurting. I'm not masking my pain. I'm not, embellishing into words. I tell the way it is. So the doctor can understand where is the problem to fix it. So for me to be so vocal and open and not mask my words is that I want you to feel where it hurts.
Absolutely.
What is the problem? So we all can figure out how to fix it. And there is no one doctor here. We all can, this is about coming together in healing. We all have to find this problem together. With me also, like I'm connected with Yahya for so long, and I've been watching, and I know you guys have been doing things for so long. My turn has come out after many years of acquaintance after Yahya, though he knows me when he was a child. I mean, we grew up in the same town. So I, as a person, have patiently waited, not meaning my trust, in losing my trust in people, my own people, and eager to come together, to work together. But the voices of people like us, when we show our eagerness, that is misunderstood to be something else. कुछ लोगों ने कहा कि ये तो बाहर के जो प्रवासी भारतीय हैं ना, they want to come and buy everything. They want to buy award, they want to influence people. And मैंने कहा मैं तो अपना पैसा खर्च करके आपके लिए छाप रही हूँ, यहाँ निकाल रही हूँ because it's a non-profit thing. मेरे कोई कॉलेज से मुझे फंड नहीं मिलता, कोई यूनिवर्सिटी मुझे फंड नहीं देती. I spend my own money and time to have this percham for us, saying that we belong here, and our voice is different, even our English is different, our expression is different. So why not? We should begin. We are writing to other magazines. Can you please give more opportunity to South Asian writers and poets? I know we write differently, but that's why you need to publish us, because we write differently. That should not be reason to dismiss us, but that should be the reason to include us.
Absolutely.
ये चीज वहां भी होनी चाहिए, rather than dismissing the diaspora poets and doubting or negotiating with them. Hey, I'm gonna have you only if you have me in America. Maybe in people in America, they're spending their own money to do it. They're not in academia. They don't have fund. They don't have inviting you. But that doesn't mean that we can't work together.
Of course. Very good observation. Can we have one more question, because I'll have to head for a meeting. So thank you, madam.
No, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking the time for us from your such a busy schedule. We are very thankful for you, Jaydeep sir, for this wonderful lecture and deliberation. Thank you, Kalpana ma'am, for your session, for your thoughts, sharing your time with all of us in your session. I thank all the participants who have joined us. And I also would announce to all the participants that we'll be having the another plenary session by 3:30 p.m.
Saket,
with the same.
Saket, may I
Yes,
just have
yes,
a word, please?
you're saying something.
Because
Yes,
it
yes.
seems you are winding up, but just one word before you wind up.
Of course, of course.
I greatly appreciate the concerns that Kalpana has. I would just like to add to that. There is lots of ignorance and / misinformation about India in the Western universities. There is a great anxiety that Kalpana is sharing with us. This anxiety is very substantial. It has been there for a very long time. If you look at the Sharangi, you know it very well. If you look at the syllabi in the Western university, especially in America and all over Europe, wherever Indian literature is taught, it's taught at many places. You have set authors, classical authors, and the modern ones you come and you stop at Premchand and Tagore, and nothing after that, most probably. A few novels from here and there, selected ones. There is lots of ignorance about India. What Kalpana you are saying is so very true. Let me give you just one example, and that will present the thesis very clearly. In Purdue University, where I had an occasion to teach a class and a story that was being taught by someone else, an American professor there, she had already finished teaching that particular story. And the time when I arrived there was the time of assessment of the work done by the students. And when the papers came to me, I was stunned to see the answers and what the responses of the students to that particular story. And the problem was that in that story of Premchand, there was a sentence, "Yahi manushya ka dharma hai." Phir se suniye isko. "Yahi manushya ka dharma hai." And the translation by an American and a well-known American of that particular sentence was, "This is man's religion." Now, dharma and religion are not the same. We all know that. Now, because of that, the entire class was misguided. And in their assessment of the story, when they wrote a paper on that story, every student, invariably 40 students were there in that class, and I'm talking of Purdue University, every student wrote, "This is Premchand's remarkable religious story." Now I had to take hours and hours to dispel this notion. This is not a religious story, my dear students, not at all a religious. Now I had to take a whole class on explaining what is dharma. My point is that we are not known it. We are known in a very different manner. But the complex is this, that when in our universities we look at our syllabus and we are supposed to revise the syllabus every 5 years or so, theoretically speaking. We are very current on our syllabus. We include most of the recent poets that are being taught, but who are writing today, who are alive. Gone are the days when people used to write on the dead poets, their PhD thesis on the dead poets and the dead writers. Now we are writing on those who are in the middle of their career. So we are very current with the knowledge in the sense what's happening, who are the US poets being talked about these days. We have them on their inclusion, on their syllabus. Similarly, the British poets, etc. Now, of course, British literature is going down. It's not so much being talked about. It's an irony. So my point is this, that we are very curious about knowing more and including them in our syllabus. Sharangi, you just mentioned about the material is not available, therefore we should drop on this. It's not a question of material. As a students of literature, we respond to text directly. And I personally tell my students all the time, don't go to the critic first, read the text yourself, respond to the text yourself. You are your best critic. Second hand, when you have time, then only you go to some critics and try to read what they are trying to say. My only point, I'm very concerned about the concern that Kalpana has. This anxiety, the discourse that she has given here is a great discourse, and the journal that she is bringing out is a great hope. And the only answer, Kalpana, I would say, there is no answer and there is no remedy for this except for propagating the kind of journal that you are doing, getting more and more writers to translate and to take part in this whole discourse that is being developed in the West, in which India is not at all a part. Let me finish by just saying that there is a big racket these days. I'm using the word racket within quotes, going on about world literature. I do not know what is meant by world literature. I'm not talking of Tagore Sharingi here. Tagore has a whole discourse on world literature. But by world literature, what this David Demirous means and what Moretti means, look at the huge anthologies of world literature available these days. How many pages do you have for India? 300, 200, 150 pages for all other countries, 20, 30 pages for India. This is Kalpana, this is the position. So this whole racket, this is a new literary colonialism that is happening. Typical literary colonialism that is happening these days. And in India, some of us are championing world literature in a very big way. I have huge doubts about world literature, because how do you have any world citizen? I do not know. First, I'm an Indian and I take pride in being an Indian and speaking my language. And therefore I speak in this language. And therefore when I will speak in English, I often deviate into my Urdu or Hindi, because that is what gives me the full expression. And that is why I say India is the place where comparative literature can be taught the best and can be researched into the best. We are a very rich nation, linguistically speaking. I hope I have been able to share some of my thoughts with you and share your anxiety, Kalpana, with me, and sharing this academic anxiety that you have about ignorance, most especially. There are just few thoughts that this is something which needs much more deliberation. But journals, the ones that you are bringing out, are very remarkable. They need to be. Many of our journals don't reach out. For example, Sahityika as in Indian literature doesn't reach out. Similarly, many things that are published there are not reaching out to us. And this interaction is, of course, missing. So coming closer and coming closer in more Catholic way, more open manner. Just come and embrace each other's language and culture and ways. So that is how it can be done. So a small effort by one individual would make a difference, as your journal is making a difference. And there are many such. Indians, when they visit the US, especially in the academics I have seen, they are taken as a piece of curiosity. Oh, क्या चीज़ है, कहाँ से आए हैं, क्या करते हैं, क्या बोलते होंगे. And when they attend your lectures, they ask very minor, let me say, they ask very silly questions. You are prepared for something very important that is coming your way. You are going to be asked something very significant, something more serious. But ultimately, you end up answering such silly questions that you didn't ever expect, because they don't know you. They don't know you at all. They know very partially. So even if they are teaching Indian literatures in US or in America, in England or anywhere else, they know very little about Indian literature. That is the whole anxiety. And I share your anxiety, Kalpana, very clearly. And I'm very much subscribing to the idea that we need to propagate, to open out without anger and with lots of restraint. Restraint would help us a lot. Be sober about this and we'll be able to make it. Thank you very much, Saket, for giving me time, even though you are winding up thanking people.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Great shape, actually. It was taking a great shape, beautiful shape. And had we time, we would have loved to continue it. But today is Friday, and some of us may have to go for Friday prayer. So that is why we are bound to wrap it up. Thank you, Professor Anif Rahman Saab, Professor Jaideep Sarangi Saab.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, so much. Thank you all dignitaries present so much. We are meeting at 3:30 today with Asad Saab's lecture today and in the technical session. So thank you so much. Looking forward.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Anisu sir. Thank you, Kalpana. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
See you in Kolkata. See you in Kolkata when I come next.
Absolutely, you will have to come. You will have to our guest. Thank you so much.
No.
Hearty welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kalpana ma'am, Aning sir, JD sir.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the grace of God, we are trying to generate a discourse on translation. We are trying to create an opinion for translation. And we're also trying to enlighten our young participants with regard to the aspects of translation. Before we go ahead, I would like to request our professor in charge of the college, Dr. Muhammad Riaz sir, to deliver the welcome address. Professor Riaz sir.
Thank you, Yahya sir. A good afternoon to everyone. Honorable resource person, Professor Muhammad Asaduddin from New Delhi, Dr. S.M. Yahya Ibrahim, Head of the Department of English, Karim City College, Dr. Neha Tiwari, Dr. Vasu, all academicians, and their participants. I am proud and honored today to welcome among us Professor Muhammad Asaduddin, Dean Humanities, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. He is a scholar of English literature and renowned translator who needs no introduction to the world of letter. On behalf of the college management of Karim City College, Jamshedpur, I express my deep gratitude to him for taking time out of his busy schedule to deliver lecture on translation and world literature. Some key moments. 3 days International Whale Conference, Translation and the global test, identity, politics, and cultural survival is an e-initiative of the Department of English, Karim City College, which intends to open the doors of creativity of translation for our participants by introducing them to fertile minds across the globe. Today, interaction with Professor Muhammad Asuddin is the fourth lecture of plenary session in the series, and we are eagerly looking forward to a wonderful lecture. I congratulate Dr. S.M. Yahya Ibrahim and his team for their efforts to organize this 3-day international web conference and wish the department a wonderful event. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Respected participants and young students, as you know that the title for today's lecture is Translation and World Literature, Some Key Moments. In the first half of the sessions today, Professor Anisur Rahman Sahab was referring to the world literature. And here is a moment for us to listen to some insights to world literature and of course the role that translation can play into it. I personally, as a student of translation, believe that translation actually plays a in the dissemination of literatures across the globe or across the world, because a lot of geopolitics is involved in it. The concept of cosmopolitanism and globalization is involved in it. The concept of cultural universal is also somehow can be brought into it. Transcultural moments of the texts can also be captured. I am reminded of T.S. Eliot when he dreamt of a European tradition of literature and talked about the various languages of Europe, the various literatures written in various languages of Europe as one unique tradition. Here in India also we sometimes think about it, that why not we have one unique Indian tradition of literature with all the languages contributing in their own way. We think of world literature and the different moments that Asad sir is going to capture. But sometimes I am also worried that the liberty which the Western translators take with regard to the translation of Eastern text, or I mean to say the Oriental text. For example, I'm not very happy with the way Rumi has been translated in the West by Coleman and all, because if you are trying to make Rumi, if you're trying to take Rumi out of sophistic ethos, out of the Quranic ethos, and trying to present him in a much more secular way, just simply as a kind of a philosopher, as a poet. So that is basically an injustice to Rumi, because in our childhood we used to listen to one very famous couplet that runs like Masnavi Maulvi Manavi Haft Quran Dar Zabane Pahlavi. So it was regarded as something which was half of the Quran written in the Persian language. So that was the stature of Rumi, I believe. I would also like to refer to Asad Bhai's own interview with Rajan, Kalyani Rajan, I hope if I'm not wrong, where he says that translation should be seen as a dialogue between cultures. Asad Bhai looks at translation not simply as a bilingual activity, he also looks at it as a bicultural activity. So here we have the guest speaker for today. The plenary lecture will be delivered by him. His name is not new for us. He needs no introduction actually for us, but it is just for the sake of our young participants, just to tell them that the contribution that Asad Bhai has done. Of course, in a short span of time, it is quite impossible to bring in all those great contributions that he has done. To inform our young participants that Asad sir is an author, critic, and translator. He writes on the syncretic cultural traditions of India, literature and language, and the politics of language. He is currently the Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Languages, Jamia Millia Islamia, and also the advisor to the Vice Chancellor of the university with regard to research and academics. He was also the Fulbright Scholar in Residence at Rutgers University, New Jersey, USA, and a Charles Wallace Trust Fellow at the British Center for Literary Translations at the University of East Anglia, Norwich, United Kingdom. He was a visiting professor in a number of Indian and foreign universities, including University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, USA, and Inalco, Paris. Among his 20 books, some of the famous books, or some which I can name right now, is that Image and Representation: Stories of Muslim Lives in India, then Filming Fiction, Tagore, Premchand and Ray, then Premchand in World Languages, Translation, Reception and Cinematic Representations, and Premchand, the complete short stories of Premchand in 4 volumes. He received the Katha Award, the A.K. Ramanujam Award of Sahitya and Sahitya Academy Award, and also the Cross Book Award. Asad sir is doing a brilliant thing when he's translating, or when he's basically letting the world know the rich treasures of Urdu literature, or we can say that the great Indian literature. The way he has done Premchand in translation, Premchand on translation, Premchand and cinematic adaptation, the works of Ismet Chugtai, he has translated Kaghzi Hai Parahan, which is a biography, autobiography of the writer. Then short stories also by Ismet Chugtai, a selected short stories titled Lifting the Wheels. He has also translated Black Margins, which is a collection of translated short stories of Manto, and then short stories from Pakistan, which basically, if I'm not wrong, has 50 short stories in it, and new Urdu fiction. So with this small little introduction, but with humblest gratitude and from the deep core of our heart, with a big heart, we welcome our guest for today. Asad sir, the session is all yours, sir, please.
You have to unmute.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim, for your very kind words. I am beholden to you because I didn't know you earlier, and the other organizers, your colleagues, for this opportunity to share the platform with others. I don't know whether I deserve such a platform. I am also touched by the presence of my senior colleague, Professor Anisur Rahman, whose presence is always a source of encouragement and inspiration for me. He was a pioneer in the field of translation. Some of us have followed him. And all the other participants who have logged in. Translation binds all of us as Indians, because the very idea of India depends on translation. Without translation, this identity would go to pieces. Translation is all, the history of translation is also the history of human civilization and culture. I would have liked Dr. Ibrahim to show the first slide, with which I would have liked to begin.
Yes, sir, we are starting. Yes, sir, it is there. So the slide is there.
I can't say it.
Yes, sir. It is there. If you can see an icon coming, Department of English.
Yes.
Yes, and if you can just click that Department of English, two Department of English is there. So if you can click
Yeah.
one.
Okay. It's there. So I wanted to break the ice by reading it together with you, because I thought lots of us have read it because we are trained. Yeah.
Yes, sir, please.
And it is a very familiar sonnet. About the sonnet form, I may have something to say a little later, but I have chosen this sonnet because to me it constitutes a beautiful tribute to the art of translation and translators. Just try to read it. I will read when it comes to the middle. Keats is saying that he has traversed different realms. Of course, he is saying it metaphorically. He has studied the entire English literature. But then he says, when he encountered Homer, it was something else. He says that then felt I like some watcher of the skies when a new planet swims into his ken. That he felt like an astronomer who suddenly discovers a new planet. We know that Homer, the Greek poet, is an integral part of the Western canon, and by extension, global canon too. Keats could not access him in the original Greek. He could access him only through English translation. The excitement of his first encounter was no less than the discovery of a new planet by an astronomer. It was like a big, brave new world opening to him. This is the thrill of encountering something new, unusual, unique, which brings with it a new freshness and vigor that a writer or a reader is always looking for. It changes our worldview, our Weltanschauung, as the Germans call it. It is how newness enters our world and transforms it. One can discern the same excitement in Wolfgang von Goethe when he read Sakuntala. And I'd like the second slide now. Yes, thank you. The play Abhigyan Shakuntalam by Kalidasa. Goethe read it in 1792. William Jones had translated it in English in 1790, making it accessible to the European readers. Goethe was ecstatic at this encounter with something so unusual from the East and recorded his response in equally eloquent terms. These are his words translated from German. If you wish to see the young flowers of spring and the ready-to-pluck fruits of summer at once, or if you wish to see that object which pleases, hypnotizes, delights, enhances you at once, or if you wish to see the earth and heaven in one look, I invoke the name of Shakuntala, and all quests are answered at once. You have to remember that this was 1792. India was not so well known, hardly known in the West. And Goethe read it, he was excited by it, he shared his excitement. And when he shared it with fellow writers in Europe, it also enhanced the reputation of India and Indian literature in their eyes. I remember Tagore several times in his own eloquent and mellifluous Bengali translated this quotation to indicate the richness of our Sanskritic literature. But I have introduced Goethe at this point here because he was the first person to begin thinking about Weltliteratur in German, world literature in English, in a systematic way. His conversation with his disciple and friend Ackermann laid the foundation of world literatures, its principles and objectives. We remember that almost a century later, in 1906 or 1907, Tagore published his essay Vishwa Sahitya, where he expressed his dissatisfaction with national literatures and yearning for Vishwa Sahitya or Vishwa Sahitya or Tulonamulak Sahitya, which is comparative literature. Now, in this volume that you can see here, it is very interesting. Ackermann, his disciple, his student, his secretary, his recorder, his memorialist, would be with him almost every evening and record his conversation. I'll just mention one conversation on, if I remember correctly, June 31st, 1834. He was having dinner and was sharing with Ackermann his experience of reading books. And he said that I have read a Chinese novel. Looking at Ackermann's face, his expression of total surprise, he said that, look here, we in Europe think that only we are capable of practicing a sophisticated genre of literature like the novel. He said that this Chinese novel is as sophisticated as ours, and it deals with human relationships that are as complex and deep as ours, perhaps better than ours. So this was how newness entered into the world of Goethe and made him talk about world literature with such passion and emotion. Not only Goethe, but the curious scholars and readers of Europe got acquainted with the literature, languages, and cultures of the East through the translations of William Jones, Aketil Doperon, Garça Detasi, Max Muller, and a host of others. William Jones, all of us know that he was a polymath, translated prolifically from Sanskrit and Persian and other languages, knew close to 24 languages. Aketil Doperon, he translated Zendavesta into French first, and then from French it went into other European languages. Garça Detasi was someone who, sitting in Paris, kept touch with whatever was happening by asking people who would reach by ship at the Versailles port and recording all the things to compile 2 grand volumes of the history of Hindustani literature. Max Muller, all of us know that he was the celebrated German Indologist and Sanskritist who translated the Vedas and published his own commentary. Now, in fact, the writings of these Indologists on the one hand, and the literary and cultural texts from the Arab-Persian tradition, to which I'll come in a minute, in European languages, gave rise to what Raymond Schwab called La Renaissance Orientale in French, in English, the Oriental Renaissance. If you could show the slide number 5, just have a look at the book. No. Number 5. No. Yeah, this one. Yes, this was a book written originally in French and translated by Jean Patterson Black as The Oriental Renaissance. In fact, all of us, we have read Edward Said's Orientalism, but if we could read Orientalism in conjunction with the Oriental Renaissance, our perception of the field of Oriental knowledge would be much enriched. And even Edward Said, in his book Orientalism, he speaks approvingly and admiringly about Raymond Short's work. So it is through translation of the great stalwarts, as I have named, not the content. Just as Panchatantra is a household word in India, similarly, Kalila Dimna is a household word in the whole of the Middle East. Another interesting fact, its translator Ibn Muqaffa, he just translated Panchatantra. He didn't know that he was doing anything remarkable, but it is said that the way he translated it gave rise to a new kind of prose in Arabic. So, in fact, this is an interesting spin-off of translated literature. In translation history, you would see that at many points of time, translation of books has given rise to the birth of new languages, genres, or a style. If we remember the translation work that was undertaken under the Fort William College, we would find that because that was the formative period of many of our, particularly North Indian languages. The translation, simple translation under the aegis of Fort William College gave rise to a new kind of style, which became the new prose in several languages. After that, let us talk about two inbound translations, and I'd like to talk about two texts from the Arabo-Persian tradition that had global penetration and had a great impact on the literatures of the world. We are familiar with these texts, but perhaps I'll refresh your memory and can give you one or two more facts for fruitful discussion. The first is Omar Khayyam's Rubaiyat, and the second one is Alf Laila wa Laila, variously known in English as 101 Nights, Tales of Arabian Nights, and so on. Rubaiyat is truly remarkable for several reasons. First, it demonstrates how translation can truly constitute the afterlife of an author, which can be much more significant than his or her original life. Afterlife is a phrase that has been given to us by Walter Benjamin in his famous essay, The Task of the Translator. But all of us who dabble in translation use it for different reasons. When it is convenient for us to make an argument, I missed the deliberations yesterday. I tried to catch up with them in the evening by looking at the YouTube recordings. And I saw that there was a discussion about whether translation can be equal to the original, inferior to the original, or superior to the original, and so on. I think in translation history, we have all kinds of models, even sometimes translations supplanting the original. But that perhaps one would reserve for a future occasion. What I would like to signal here is how the translation of a text that had been all but lost or a text that had very amorphous existence. It existed in scattered ways at many places without any definitive form, gave another life to the author of those amorphous texts, which was much more glorious than perhaps his life in the original. Omar was not much known in Persia as a poet. He was a mathematician and an astronomer who also dabbled in verses to express his philosophy of life. There were several manuscripts available with people, but none of them was definitive. Edward Fitzgerald, a minor English poet in the 19th century, chanced upon two of them. I won't go into the history of how those two were made available to him. One in Oxford's Bodleian Library and another in the Asiatic Library, Calcutta, and translated a selection of the verses in English in 1858. After lukewarm response in the beginning, it became a great success, a phenomenal success, in fact, one of the great successes in translation history. Fitzgerald himself was also a poet, and luckily for us, he not only translated Omar, but he had also left his commentary. Some of it may not be very complimentary to the author or writers from Asia, but nevertheless, they give us an insight into the mind of Fitzgerald as he was translating. And in case translation would be a word for perhaps for the, because there is no other word that would express his activity better. But he was not only translating, he was reordering, he was trying to improve. And that perhaps we can take up in the question answer session, that whether a translator should try to improve the original author. He was in fact rewriting all the time. He was trying to create a new author for himself. But the end result was fantastic. Its philosophy, because of a combination of reasons, historical reasons, not only in English literary culture, but in other literary cultures as well, to which I'll come in a moment. Its philosophy resonated with the Europeans so much that the volume was soon translated in all the European languages. Omar Khayyam fan clubs sprang up everywhere, where people gathered, sang his poetry, imbibed and celebrated life, because his poetry was about the celebration of life. No one would know what would happen the day tomorrow. His popularity was so phenomenal that, according to Andrew Lang, a contemporary critic, Khayyam was, and I'm quoting, chatted about, written about, thank you for the display. He was chatted, dined over and poetized about to an extent which would scarcely be excessive if Omar were Homer. So we invoked Homer right in the lecture, and here Andrew Lang is saying that the appeal was so great, the response was so great that perhaps it was, people were thinking it was almost Homer-like, the highest possible praise indeed. As for Fitzgerald, no one now remembers him for his poetry, but everyone remembers him for his translation. So in the translation history, again, you will find that many minor writers, they undertook translations, and at the end of the day, after 1 century or several centuries, you find that their reputation depends not on the original writing, but on their translation. A comparable enthusiasm and reception of Khayyam's Rubaiyat could be seen in India in the 20th century. Shishir Kumar Das, the prolific critic and historian of Indian literature, in one of his articles talked about, if I remember correctly, 11 or 12 Bangla translations of Khayyam's Rubaiyat in Bengali alone. I remember having read at least 3 translations in Bangla, one each by Narendra Dev, Shitendranath Dotto, and Qazi Nazrul Islam. Qazi Nazrul Islam, in fact, he has also immortalized Ghazal in Bangla. He was as reputed, but perhaps somewhat less reputed than Tagore, but more reputed than many others. The one by Narendra Dev had beautiful illustrations of bucolic scenes of nature, young maidens, sakis serving the wine cup, and general scenes of carefree revelry. Umar Khayyam had become a household word in educated Bengali circles, so much so that Rubaiyat had become a favorite item of gift during weddings. Bengalis have this beautiful convention of giving books as gifts during weddings. I hope the convention still survives in our age of consummate consumerism. The reception history of Umar Khayyam in Hindi and Marathi is equally remarkable. Khayyam Ki Madhushala, the translation of Rubaiyat by Harivansh Rai Bachchan, was instantly popular. Its popularity and acceptance by people at large made Bachchan write his own Madhushala. People often confuse between the two. They think that perhaps it is the same work, but it is not. Harivansh Rai Bachchan, he first translated Umar Khayyam, and its words and its philosophy appealed to him so much that he went on to write his own Madhushala. And we also know that Harivansh Rai Bachchan may have written many other things, but today he is known primarily for his Madhushala. And Amitabh Bachchan, whenever he wants to recite from his Babuji's poetry, he chooses Madhushala rather than any other poetry collection. The popularity of these two books gave rise to a trend of writing in Hindi, which has come to be known as Halabad or hedonism. This is also remarkable that you take up a text from an uncertain lineage, you translate it, and it gives rise to a new trend of writing. Many other poets, Hindi poets, Ranandan Pant, and a host of others, contributed substantially to this stream of writing. Thus, a book that had hardly an independent existence in the original became the cause of so much literary spin-off around the world, giving rise to new trends in writing and building the reputations of poets abroad, poets and translators abroad. It must be noted that the history of translation of Rubaiyat is not the history of translation of a text, but that of a genre. That is the Rubai. In the study of genre, we see how genres travel to different cultural and linguistic traditions through translation and adaptation. One interesting example is of sonnet. It assumes several new characteristics in the hands of White and Surrey, Spenser and Shakespeare when it traveled from Italy to England. When it was brought to India by Michael Madhusudan Dotto, who read Petrarch in original Italian and made his own innovations, he did not call it sonnet. Interestingly, Madhusudan Dotto didn't call it sonnet, but Chaturdoshpadi Kavita, signaling the length of the poem containing 14 lines. This is how genres change as they travel from one culture to another. Another genre that has such a remarkable travel history is Ghazal. And who better than Anissa present here would appreciate it. In the 19th century, a host of German poets wrote ghazals, publishing volumes of them, not as a curiosity, but as something on which their reputation would rest. The best known being Goethe's West-East Diwan, which is a monumental volume. It is an interesting phenomenon of world literary history as to how such a large number of German poets took to this foreign genre and made it their own, not as a curiosity, but as an integral part of their poetic genius. This is how an entire genre translates itself to a different literary tradition, enriching and changing its literary landscape, bringing into place new literary configurations. The trend continues even now in different world languages. You might be familiar that Agha Shahid Ali had anthologized more than 107 to be exact, American poets who composed ghazals in his collection with the beautiful title, Ravishing Disunities, Real Ghazals in English, that Agha Shahid Ali edited in 2000. I will need another slide now. This is number 4. The other book from the Perso-Arabic tradition that had global penetration was Alf Laila O Laila. Many people call it Aleph, but Aleph, it is Alf. Alf in Arabic means 1,000. Just as the word here you see displayed, mille in French means 1,000. Alf Laila means 1,000 nights. That is why Alf Laila wa Laila. There will hardly be any child in any school anywhere in the world who has not read about Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp, Ali Baba and 40 Thieves, Sinbad the Sailor. There is perhaps no literary culture in the world that is uninformed by this magical work and these fantastic tales. 1001 Nights is agreed to be a composite work. Many authors from many countries over many years have contributed to its making. It is also said that there was some Indian contribution to it. I won't go into exploring its origins, but will refer to 3 translations, 1 in French and 2 in English, because most of the world versions were translated or adapted from the European versions. The first European version, it is displayed here, published from 1704 to 707, was translated into French by Atoua Gala from an Arabic text of the Syrian Recension. Recension, this is for the explication of students who are logged in here. Recension is the practice of editing or revising a text. And when we are talking of a manuscript, normally this recension is done by succeeding generation of scholars. This 12-volume work, Les Mille et une Nuits, Contes Arabes traduits en français. 1001 Night, Contes Arabes, Arabic Tales, traduits en français, translated into English. Jorge Luis Borges, the Argentinian writer in Spanish, has a beautiful essay with the title, The Translators of 1001 Nights, in which he deals elaborately in his own literary way, eloquent way, about the comparative merits of these 3 translations. Galland's translation, not necessarily the best, and filled with inaccuracies sometimes, was the most popular. In fact, our romantic poets English Romantic poets, and the Pre-Raphaelites, they have read Galland's French version rather than the English versions that came later. "90 years after Atma Gala's death, the first English version by Edward Lane came up. Edward Lane, who was an Indologist and Arabist, he spent 5 years in Egypt trying to imbibe Muslim life, Muslim culture and tradition, to soak himself in the culture and tradition of the West. And he translated the Arabian Nights in English for the first time in 3 volumes, big volumes. One volume was published later, which contained only his scholarly annotations. But he had a different objective. While Atma Gala, he looked at it from its literary and entertainment point of view, Edward Lane, he looked at it from the ethnographical and historical point of view. He thought that this grand work must be studied to explore the history and culture of the Arabian people. His translation was erudite. Borges also recommends it, but he says that as far as translation ethics was concerned, he was a Puritan. The merest whiff of love or sex makes him coy, and he resorts to all kinds of contortions. And these Arab tales were morally robust, even bawdy at times, full of erotic and explicit sexual scenes. Lane made his translation quite a sanitized affair. And Borges, he eloquently said that Lane's translation was an encyclopedia of evasions. He compares the French, Galland's French and Lane's English and says, Galland corrects occasional indelicacies because he believes them to be in bad taste. Lane seeks them out and persecutes them like an inquisitor. And that is why, though Lane's translation was an erudite one, his translation had its limitation because it was too moralistic, and perhaps he also felt too handicapped by the Victorian morals. So indeed, a correction was needed, and that correction was done by the legendary scholar and explorer and polymath Richard Burton. For the young people who are logged in, I would urge them to study Richard Burton, not the famed Shakespearean actor, but the Arabist and the scholar and the explorer, just to understand how one human being can accomplish so much in one life. It was said that he dreamt in 17 languages and knew exactly double that number or more, including 4 Indian languages. Because he had also an Indian stint, he was an officer under the East India Company. So, Barton came out with his version, which is very popular now. Now, he went to the other extreme. If Lane thought that the tales should be seen as an ethnographic and cultural texts, Barton looked at it purely as literature and for its entertainment value. And whereas in Lane's translation, the sex was muted, Barton, in fact, he dug them out from different sources, and he became more and more explicit wherever explicit sexual scenes are concerned. That antagonized a lot of Victorian critics, and they said that this kind of translation is specially meant for the lowbrow. But nevertheless, for the English reader, they had two translations to choose from. As far as their influence in India was concerned, the impact was not as explicit as that of Rubaiyat. Also in India, we didn't have to depend on the English versions or the French version, because during the formative phase of many of our Bhasha literatures, there were many who knew Persian and Arabic and translated from those sources. Ram Mohan Roy was a scholar in Arabic and Persian. Tagore's family was steeped in Persian scholarship, and even Harivansh Rai Bachchan, like all castes, knew Persian. And that is why the way they were translated into Indian languages, they were translated from multiple sources, not necessarily depending on the English sources. But as far as the translation of Rubaiyat was concerned, they were mainly, not substantially or exhaustively, from the English version. After these individual books, let's talk about two movements or trends in translation that have profoundly transformed our understanding of literature around the world. The first movement began when Russian literature, particularly fiction, began to be translated into English in the last decade of the 20th century. Before that, Russian literature was by and large unknown to the rest of the world. The English readers were fascinated by the writings from Russia when it came out. Several British novelists like D.H. Lawrence and Virginia Woolf, in fact, collaborated in Russian translations. The most prolific translator of Russian literature in England was, however, Constance Garnett, the wife of Edward Garnett, who was Joseph Conrad's editor. She was a one-woman industry who has single-handedly translated 71 volumes, mostly novels from Russian into French. If you have read Dostoevsky, Chekhov, Goncharov, or Tolstoy, the overwhelming possibility is that you must have read them in Constance Garnett's translation. This is something which all of us perhaps ignore. We read our Madame Bovary, we read our Chekhov, we read Sophocles, all of them in English, but we never ask ourselves who is the translator. Because sometimes there are multiple versions of these texts. And the choosing of the translator can make a lot of difference. The influence of these Russian writers was phenomenal on Indian writers. The Indian writers of an earlier generation, you would find them expressing their indebtedness to all these writers. I remember Ismet Chughtai in her autobiography Kaghazi Hai Pairan says that whenever in writing a story I reach a point where वो गुत्थियां मुझसे सुलझती नहीं है, I feel that somehow I cannot unknot something, I can't go on, there is a writer's block. She says that I open Chekhov and I go through his stories, and after reading the stories, inevitably I get some clue or the other. So definitely the translation of Russian writers opened another significant window to the writers and readers of the world and transformed their way of looking at life, looking at literature, and so on. The other trend is the Latin American boom. This was the movement of the 1960s and 1970s when the work of a group of relatively young Latin American novelists became widely circulated in Europe and throughout the world. This boom is most closely associated with Julio Cortázar, Carlos Fuentes, Mario Vargas Llosa, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, and several others. Again, they have come to us through the mediation of translators. And like Constance Garnett, we have two translators who have built their reputation on translating Latin American literature. They are Gregory Rabassa and Edith Grossman. Rabassa was someone who was born of Cuban parents, born in New York, but he became such a celebrated translator from Spanish and Latin American literature that when Marquez wanted his book, 100 Years of Solitude, to be translated, he was so busy, and Marquez says, I had to wait for 3 years to get him to translate my work. But he says that the wait was worth the trouble because this translation was superior to my own work in Spanish. This is the highest compliment an author can give to a translator. And sometimes you will find that this also requires some generosity on the part of the author to recognize the contribution of the translator to make him known in the wide world. You know, in the original language, and that is happening in contemporary world. Milan Kundera, Umberto Eco, or whoever perhaps gains the Nobel Prize, most of them are read in translation. Their readers in their original language may be counted in thousands, but when they are translated into English or French, the readership immediately shoots up to millions. So Gabriel Marquez here is saying that Rabassa's translation is superior to my work in the original. With translation from Latin American literature, again, we gained entry into a world, a whole new way of writing. And perhaps it gave also rise to a new trend known to us as magic realism. Elements of magic realism were perhaps visible earlier, noticeable earlier, but it came into prominence after these Latin American writers were made available globally through their translations. And I'd like to conclude by saying that writers, it is also said that the writers create national literatures, whereas translators create international literatures. And I have been reading Elif Shafak recently, the British Turkish writer, who said that we have to make narratives available from different cultures and different languages. And that is how you make the unfamiliar familiar. You make the stranger your friend. And that is how the horizon of the world is widened you get to know about different kinds of narratives, which makes us more empathetic human beings and which widens our vision of the world and literature. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for such a enlightening discussion, so packed with information. I now request our young colleague, Saket, if you can initiate the question and answer discussion.
Yes, sir, we are not able to hear you, sir.
Saket, please begin the question answer session.
साकेत को बोलो ना, वही ना, बगल में है ना।
Okay. Thank you, Asaduddin sir. Thank you for this session. We are having a number of translators and academicians here with us. If anyone want to comment, or want to share the observation or want to ask anything, can unmute the mic and ask, so that we can move on to the questions which we have got.
Why don't you move to the questions right away?
Okay, sir. Sir, we are having the questions with us. It is Alia Muzaffar from Amar Singh College, Srinagar. She asks, should one know all the theories of translation before translating a work of art? Isn't it a fact that translation precedes theory?
Very interesting question. And it reminds me of my sojourn in the British Centre for Literary Translation in the University of East Anglia with Lawrence Venuti. After a very exhaustive and rigorous session, I in fact had asked him the same question, that knowing all these sophisticated theories, will it make us better translators? Not necessarily. In the history of translation, there have been translators, many translators, celebrated translators who had never read theory or who never read anything about translation. They translated instinctively, they translated naturally, and they were very skillful in their art of translation. But what Venuti, in answer to my question, told me, I'd like to repeat it, that in translation of texts, obviously you encounter problems and challenges, and often you don't know the nature of the beast. You don't know the nature of the challenges and how to come to grip with it. He says that if you know these theories of translation, or better say, as far as translation studies is concerned, I am very wary of using the word theory. I'd rather use the word insights. Insights of practical translation that has come from actually translating works, original works. I am very skeptical of abstract theorizing about translation. People who may not have translated anything, and even then they would theorize. So what he said is that if you know these insights, you would know your limitation as a translator. You will know the nature of the challenges, that look here, these challenges are inevitable, coming depending on the nature of the text, and you can succeed this much, and then you can't go beyond. You have to accept that you have these limitations. You can try to compensate it perhaps in many other ways, but then you just don't break your head thinking that you will solve the problem.
Thank you, sir. There is one other question from Sarfaraz Nawaz, sir. In the Urdu versions of Alfa Laila Hazar Dastan, we have illustrations of almost all the stories. Do we have the same in the French translation?
Illustrations were an inevitable part of both Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam and the Arabian Nights as well. And the illustrations are another kind of translation or interpretations by the, let us say, painters or sculptors. So it is mainly the printer's understanding of the things, or how the author or translator has explained it to the painter, and how he or she has conceived it. But I would not, as a translator, I would not much care for them because they might prejudice the translator one way or the other. But if I were a painter, and in the history of translations, we have these instances where painters have been inspired by poetry, sculptors have been inspired by poetry. They have their own right to interpret it in their own ways. But yes, in several versions, in French versions too, we have illustrations, and it has its own economy publishing. It depends on publishing economy as well. How much the budget for publishing a particular work, whether they can pay the illustrators. Particularly in the Victorian period and a little later also, there was this convention of producing illustration along with literary works. But to answer your question, yes, even the French version has illustrations. Saket, can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. There is a question by Hasanur Raza from Murshidabad, West Bengal. He asks about your opinion on, while translating, what should we keep in our mind at the time of poetry and prose, when we are writing poetry or prose, or rather we are translating the poetry or prose. That is what he asks.
I think these are absolutely two different domains. Translation of fiction, I won't say prose, translation of fiction and translation of poetry. It calls for different kinds of skills and expertise. One has to have some sensitivity towards poetry. I won't say that one has to be necessarily a poet to translate poetry, but one has to have heightened sensitivity of appreciating poetry if one wants to translate poetry. The technicalities of writing poetry, in one of the remarks made by Professor Anisur Rahman yesterday, he was saying, perhaps he was making his remarks in the context of the present day lyric writers of the film world, that they don't have the understanding of the technicalities of writing poetry. Certainly you must have. But I would say that your fluency or skill does not come on a day. It requires practice over a long period of time. And in my translation class, I tell my students that I won't proceed with the discursive section or the essay section or the theory section unless each one of you have translated at least 50 pages. Because as I said earlier, as far as the translation is concerned, any theory should stem from your practice. abstract theory doesn't help. So you have to translate more and more. You have to know the technicalities of language. You know, in ordinary reading, we read mainly for pleasure or for passing the exam. We don't enter into the bare bone of the language. The moment you are asked to translate something, you have to enter that. You have to enter into the inner realm of language, and then you realize how inadequate your knowledge of the language is. All of us, we think that because we are born to a particular language, this is my Matribhasha and I am an expert, and I disabuse my student in my first class, that I give you this particular paragraph, translate it in your own mother tongue and give it to me. And what I find is 95% failure. So we have to acquire our own language, and we have to acquire the language in which we have to translate.
Yes. There is a question in the chat box, sir. I'm reading it out. I once read about Omar Khayyam's translation into English that it excels the original. What can Professor Asaduddin say about that, given his artistic Urdu Persian artistic sensibility?
Thank you. These are individual opinions. I won't much care for that, because who are we to say that unless it comes from the writer himself or herself? Because why am I translating? In many cases, I am translating can retain the copyright and settle for royalty if it comes ever. Translators sometimes sell their rights for money. So both the things are there. So according to the agreement, if the right remains with the remains with the translator, the person whose biography is written cannot give permission on behalf of the translator, because it is the translator's text. And I in fact, in my reviews and other writings, I insist on it. Because normally in reviews of translated works also you find that sometimes, or almost always, the translator is given the short shrift. You will find the reviewer writing about the main author, original author, perhaps she will analyze the plot structure and so on and so forth, but will not say anything about the translation itself, translation process itself, whereas the review is about the translator's text. And I would like all translators to be aware that and allow no one to violate their rights.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. There is a question which asks, is there any ethical approach which a translator should follow?
You say ethical approach.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. There is a whole world of translation ethics, and Venuti has significant things to say about it. So there are a lot of things that a translator observes as his translatory ethics. As I have mentioned, Edward Lane, he tried to sanitize the text, which is against the ethics. If you don't like the text, don't translate it. But once you are doing it, you have to try to represent the original author as genuinely as you can. Similarly, there are a lot of things that would come in the domain of translators' ethics. Plagiarism would be one of the things, because sometimes this phenomenon is also there when you have multiple translations. Tagore went out of copyright, Tagore's writings, a couple of years ago, and you had a spate of writings, translations on Tagore's work. Suddenly you had several translations of Gorabaire or Gora, and there were accusations that the latter-day translators, they have plagiarized the work of the earlier translators. So that would come in the domain of translation ethics.
Yes, sir. Sir, we have Dr. Sanjay Yadav, sir, with us, Head Department, Jamshedpur Cooperative College. He's having a question, sir. If you can please unmute and ask.
Yeah, thank you, Saket. And thank you, sir, for the wonderful, brilliant journey through various stages of translation. I just have a query. We were having a discussion yesterday, and this query emerges from that discussion.
Yadav, sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Please go ahead.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes,
You are
sir.
audible, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So my query emerges out of that discussion which we were having yesterday. What I wanted to ask is, does an expertise in linguistics better equip one as a translator, or is it more about grasping the cultural nuances of the language?
You know, the earlier view was that translation involved linguistic transfer, which was a very limited view. And that is why translation was studied in the departments of linguistics earlier. But from the 1970s and 80s onwards, a particular turn took place, which is called the cultural turn. And those of us who are in the area of literary translation, we know that the linguistic transfer is as important as the cultural transfer. So I would say that linguistic would certainly give insights into the language, which will help us to translate a text successfully. But equally important is the cultural factor. We have to know, because in literature, those texts that are interesting are usually culturally rooted.
True.
And they would require efforts of a different kind. So the culture is not neutralized, not totally neutralized. Some kind of muting or compromise would take place necessarily, but we try to preserve as much of it as possible. So I would say that our insights into both languages and linguistics and culture would equip us to become better translators.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Saket.
Khushwant Kaur ma'am is asking for the suggestion for the ways to be a translator. What are the ways to be a translator?
Please say that again. Some tips or what?
The ways to be a translator. This is what she is asking.
If she wants some tips to translate, it's the same thing, that you have to read more and more. You have to soak yourself. You proceed with the understanding that you know at least one language well, and you know your target language fairly well. And then you have to soak yourself into the target language more and more. And sometimes it is also called the theory of immersion. You know the nature of the text. For example, you want to translate a modern Hindi novel into English. So you have to familiarize yourself with the current fiction writing in English. You have to soak yourself, immerse yourself into the way English is being written now, what is called idiomatic in current English, and what the contemporary English writers are writing. You have to read a lot of the contemporary writers. This is my advice, that you have to read more and more and more to attune yourself to the very business of writing, to dabble with words, languages. You know, in translation history, there were many writers who began as translators, because initially, to begin with, they were not confident enough that they are able to write creative works. They started as translator, gradually they gained confidence, and they became creative writers.
Thank you so much, sir, for this session. Thank you so much for responding. I would like to call Professor Ashok Das, sir, for the vote of thanks.
Saket, just a minute, can I? Saket? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir. Please, sir.
Okay. Okay. When Saket asked, say, the participants to come up with comments, I said, please go ahead with the question answer, because that was more important. And in fact, I didn't have a question at all to ask. So I thought that those who are interested in Asad Saab's lecture would like to know more about what he's trying to say. And which was a wonderful session, I must say. Asad Saab, I must compliment for this wonderful talk that you have delivered right now.
Thank you.
It's a wonderful talk, I must say. It is very comprehensive. It was very erudite. It was very well researched, no doubt about that. I greatly appreciate that. I register my appreciation for that. I would say that you have taken us on a very long journey. How the literature of the East, as well as of Latin America and of Russia, right from the 19th century to now, and how our translation has really sped out, and how it has made the world smaller, and we can reach out to a larger audience and readership. Wonderfully, wonderfully taken care of, no doubt about that. When it is past, for example, if I have to say that literatures of the world, perfectly all right with me, because we are talking of the literatures of the world. I have no problem there. Also, when we say world literatures, that is also fine with me. I will not have any issues there. But the moment we use the word, I personally have been trying to answer it for myself. And in the previous session also, I just referred to that very briefly. So I have been trying to ask myself, is there anything, category, or can there be a category called world literature as such? Because this has been happening for quite some time, that one nomenclature has been given, has been developed, and it is being theorized also, especially by two persons, Moretti and Amroche, who have done great work on this and have been trying to sell this idea all over the world. They talk of world literature. Now, quickly, I left my seat, because when you were talking about that in question answers, I left my seat and brought 2 volumes. I just wanted to show this, because how it is being, can you see this?
Yes, I can see. What
Okay.
poetry?
Now, this is called world poetry, and this has about 1400 pages. Now I have from my say shelf, I picked another book. This is called world literature. Can you see this? This
Yes,
is
yes.
called world. It has about 1800 plus, 1878. Now this one says an anthology of verse from antiquity to our times, and this says a Longman anthology world literature compact edition. Now 2000 pages, 208 pages given in the world in the name of world literature as such. Now my problem is all these years I've been trying to answer it for myself, and I've been trying to engage with this question, asking colleagues and friends, what do we really mean by world literature? Because my problem is that literatures of the world is fine with me. World literature is also fine with me, even though when Tagore invoked this question, he was not thinking in the terms that we are trying to engage with these days. He was thinking on a different pattern altogether, different platform altogether. But now it is being theorized. So I have a small problem with this. Why do we call it world literature? So if the panorama that we have laid out, the canvas that we have prepared for, it's a wonderful canvas. It gives us a wonderful understanding. I'm not referring to Khayyam's translation. So Fitzgerald's translation of Khayyam, someone asked this question, how genuine is that? That's another question. And we very well answered that question also. It's not, doesn't matter. But the whole problem with me, if I would like to say something about this, because I would like to understand it for myself. Why do we call a literature world literature, which is actually is a non-nomenclature? It doesn't mean anything to me, because I always question: is there any world citizen? We all exist in our own space, in our own location, in our own times. There is a cultural framework, and I exist. So, am I a world citizen? Do I write a world literature? If I write in Urdu, Hindi, Bangla, Odia, anything, do I become a world writer? So these are the questions which engage me. I'm not putting any question, just wondering if anyone could just try to enlighten me. Because world literatures is fine with me. Literatures of the world is fine with me, but world literature I have a problem with.
No, this is perfectly all right. In fact, I had thought that right at the beginning, I would clarify that I'm not using literature here as a theoretical category, but using world literature to mean literatures of the world. Certainly, this category has its reductive use and its limitation. And those of us who deal with literatures, we know that, let alone world literature, we will not even agree what we define by Indian literature, or whether we should call it Indian literatures.
Exactly.
Because how much of Bhasha literatures each of us know. So if we are skeptical about the category Indian literature and circumspectly use the term Indian literatures or literature from India, it would be stupid, in fact, on my part, to use a category like world literature in an uninformed way. So certainly, I did not mean world literature there as a theoretical category. I simply meant that the literary boundaries are so porous, no one can police literary boundaries. They are everywhere, everything seeps into one another. And whenever you make an anthology or you are making a syllabus, your location will depend how you will go about it. If you are sitting in Delhi and if you are making a syllabus of, let us say, world literature, you will make one kind of syllabus. If you are located in New York or London, or using a special kind of course, you will have a different kind of take on it. So your argument is well taken. Absolutely. I should have clarified it right in the beginning. That what I mean is that the literatures of the world, right? As a loose category, not world literature as a theoretical category, which is always contested.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate what you were saying. I was not contesting the title at all. I was just trying to understand it for myself. What do we understand by world literature? You made a wonderful point here, which I never thought of. Indian literature, we call it Indian literature today. And the Sahitya Academy and all the critics and Indian writers have been trying to understand what do we understand by Indian literature. So for long we have argued, and finally we have arrived at a conclusion that let it be called Indian literature. Sahitya Academy calls it Indian literature. because the logic given for that is that all literatures written in India in various languages constitute one literature, which is Indian literature. So we're talking of that unity, the unity of the languages, unity of the cultures, and the special, say, the locations and geographical locations, etc. Fine. But this thing has been bothering me. So I was not at all referring to your title. I understand what you were saying, and you have wonderfully laid out your thesis. I'm not at all engaging with the title because that makes very clear sense to me. I was just trying to understand it for myself about this phenomenon of world literature, which is being talked about lots these days, and academics are engaging with this. My idea, probably I may be right, I may be wrong, I don't know. But this is a new attempt at colonizing literary spaces. It's a new kind of literary colonization is happening now, and one should be wary of it. I just said in the previous section that this 1800 pages book, 208 pages book, how many pages are assigned to India here? So this is a very big question. This is a very big question. So
no, I think that time has now for us to make our own anthologies of world literature sitting in Delhi, and we will 50% of the volume to Indian literature, and the rest of the world will get only 50%.
Right. No, that was just a query for my own study.
No,
but
no,
your talk was
this
wonderful.
is generally this is what is generally called aggregative approach, right? Indian literature, all literatures in Indian languages put together. The same aggregative approach can be applied to world literature, that literatures produce languages of the world. Right. But that is simply anthologizable. You can't do it. It will depend on your location, emphasis.
Yeah, that's what I was trying.
So in colonial times, I would encourage younger scholars to make anthologies of world literature where they will put a substantial part from the Asia, from if not from India, from Asia.
South
and
Asia
Europe should get.
No, wonderful. These are this is the magic of seminars like this, where we can really come up and talk about issues which have been bothering us for some time. So it has been nice talking about this issue because it has bothered me for some time, and that's why I thought that I should ask. But I can very well appreciate what you were trying to say. It has been very well laid out. Your thesis is very well laid out, very well appreciated, because you have charted out the entire journey, the entire trajectory of the Latin American, the Russian, and broadly speaking, the Indologists and how they look at the West and how the West. So the inward and the outward journeys, all that you have taken very well taken care of. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dasar, your mic is muted.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible, Saket?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible now.
Good evening, everybody. It was really an amazing experience to hear Professor Muhammad Asaduddin sir talking on translation and world literature, some key moments. Sir, no amount of thanks can equate the knowledge that you have imparted today in this session. You have spoken of different aspects of translation, different nuances of translation, and in the process, you have taken us to journey covering a wide range of space and time. You have referred to texts from our own country and abroad. And I try to show how translations have taken place points of time. Thank you very much, sir. I owe my heart on behalf of the Department of English, City College, extend our thanks and gratitude to Professor Asaduddin sir, has consented to be the chief guest today in this station to speak before us and to find time to be with us. We are really grateful to you and thankful to you, sir. We are also thankful to the wonderful audience that we have today who interacted with Professor Muhammad Najuddin, sir, and many new lights came out about translation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Asad sir. Thank you so much. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.